Alright, so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be catching up where we left off with our most likely occult run we got going. Ignore all the other ones. I'm working on potentially a YouTube series. We'll see how it goes. It is a far more extreme version of the challenge I'm doing on this colony. So this colony, what we've got going on is we are a tribal start. We do have Anomaly doing its stuff. We popped it off right away at the very beginning. We apparently have animals who are starving, so that's not ideal. Here, I'll have you go pop the door so you can just go out and eat stuff, and then we'll put them back in. But, wait a second. Oh, that's the clone. I was like, wait a second, we already got Craven Horde out there. But yeah, so we're a tribal start with a ritualist ideology. So the ritualist ideology, we research stuff at 25% the normal speed. And then on top of that, gotcha. I see what, cool. Don't need to worry about the, what's going on there. But yeah, so, wait. Oh yeah, because you can roam because that's open. But yeah, so we do research at 25% the normal speed because of our ideology. And then we're tribal start on top of that, so we have a second penalty to the rate we research. So when I say our research is a wee bit on the slow side, I am grossly understating it. That is a reason why even where we're at in the game right now, you're seeing me mostly just running around building stuff. So with all that said, the other thing we've got going on is I have random research, no starting research mods enabled. So you'll notice, despite the fact that we're tribal, I don't have passive cooler or tree sowing. Basically, it's like I took the keys to my research. I said, hey, Randy, you choose my research for me. And I'm just at Randy's mercy. Now, we have noticed it doesn't work with the anomaly stuff, but I'm going to go ahead and run with it, and we're going to do it by reading books. All right, let's see. While interacting with the obelisk, Craven Horde felt his arm tingling. Moments later, his skin split open violently, and as a growth burst from his body, his arm has been replaced by a tentacle tipped with a bony blade. Craven Horde lost some blood, but seems to otherwise be unharmed by this disturbing event. The tentacle is hideous, but would make an excellent melee weapon. Cool. Did I intentionally do that? I don't think I intentionally did that. Oh, you were literally just over here suppressing it. I think you were just literally over here researching or suppressing it or whatever, and has a random chance of doing that. Excellent. We're all going to be horrible abominations in time. Just what the doctor ordered. I think what I'm going to want to do ultimately is if we go into the ritualist, I think for our third one, we are going to try and do like the inhuman or whatever it is, because I didn't mess with that in my last run, because it was kind of one of those things that's already dealing with a bunch of experiments that I wasn't quite sure what to make of that. Currently we do have 2 obelisks on our map. This one mutates us. We haven't figured out what that one does yet, so that's fine. We are also to the point of we're going to try and get some psychic powers going on here. So let's try and see here. How do I want to do this? Do I want to have like a dedicated person for doing that? Do we have a hauler, right? We had a dedicated hauling person. You're our cook who also hauls. That's right, you're my hauling person. So, Pavamons here is going to get to have a little break where they also meditate regularly. Now, it's just the current beauty standard in RimWorld. But yeah, so we're going to be lagging way behind in tech. So if you're ever like, why don't you have insert name of something that's gated behind technology? That's the answer. Hey, Gabe. And thank you for doing that. I know it's such a meme to like pop into YouTube like when a video gets posted or live or whatever and be like, "Hello algorithm." But very genuinely it does help when people like post a comment right away on stuff, because YouTube's algorithm is like, "Oh, activity. People like it." And all that. This is intended on being my ritual room. The big thing is for doing the anomaly stuff, to get like all the fancy technology, I'm going to be dependent on books. Oh, right. Let's check. So, Ichi Tenma is who we're working on converting right now. And if I remember correctly, we have on the world map, there was a place nearby that has been attacked by something that we have 12 days to deal with, if we want. Alright, so you're willing to give me goodwill, honor, or hyperweave, and we have to protect you? Excellent. Welcome aboard. We are not containing anything on our map so far. I have temptations to do really awful things, chat. Because if I were to go quickly, I could run down to this corner, weaken a wall, let the raiders attack this group. When the fight begins, poke the wall and run away, and just let chaos ensue. Oh, and ignore the fact that Alex is running around with that. That was actually a white weapon that belonged to someone. Oh, I forgot you're here. And you can transmute metal. And it's great. Most of the time it makes something good. Other times it makes meat, which is a little weird. But yeah, so that's 150 plasteel we've gotten so far from just letting that person run up and do that. I don't trust the person at all, which is a reason that was actually their weapon I gave to Alex. And I'm just leaving them unarmed right now. Please don't. Alright. They literally killed one of their own before the raid has even shown up. A+, good job, team. Alright, so they're on their way. They've got lots of bows. It's the imps. So let's try and move to this side of the shuttle, I think. Let their people engage first, because it's going to be a pretty much no cover to no cover. Why do you run into melee as people with guns? I will never understand that. Honestly, you just stay out of this. I do understand they have cover. I'm hoping because we just out-equip them gun-wise, we can deal with them real fast. Sniper Spice took a hit. How are you doing? Left leg, I can live with that. Good enough for me. Everyone out. Alright. Oh, hey. Are you any good? Sanguine torture are staggeringly ugly. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna make it, friend. I don't care about your clothes either. Alright. Put that in the list to deconstruct. Everyone's schedule is fine. Alright. So that time the Empire didn't do a colossally terrible time fighting them. They didn't do good. They definitely just murdered two of their people by running them directly into the fire. But other than that, they did okay. And I say this as Donkey Duff has immediately run themselves into a fire for absolutely no reason and gotten themselves severely burned. It's fine. No one expected anything from anybody in this colony. So, expectations were met. Cool. He wanted to know how it feels to be that hot. Hey, I mean, there's a way to find out. Oh, don't worry, we're just feeding our meat-eating trees. It's fine. I actually want to get as many of those we have. So far we've done pretty well. We've gone through a lot of the early game stuff. surprisingly, we're actually managing to make beer, despite the fact that I don't have passive coolers or air conditioning or heaters or any of these things. Considering if it gets hot, there's nothing I can do about it. If it gets cold, there's nothing I can do about it. It either makes it or it doesn't. And we're trying to do that for money, because we're going to have to trade for books a lot to be able to handle my tech. And I'd really like to get to doing rituals and other silly nonsense. I don't even remember what was making this. Oh, this is going to be... Was this going to be our temple? I think this was going to be our temple was the plan. That's probably right. Do we have a bunch of wood yet? Not really. I've got a bunch queued up to be cut. Yeah, because right now I've got that shoved in there. So this is going to be our temple. This is going to be our ritual room. Right. So for ideology stuff... Oh, you're probably ready to... Not ready to convert someone yet. We also need to put down wood floors in these rooms so people aren't getting mad about it. I've been putting that off. And I shouldn't be. It's just going to be regular wood floors, not the actual nice ones, because... Look. Just because. I don't have that kind of wood. So queue all those up to have wood floors put down. I would prefer not have wood floors, but right now I don't really get a choice in the matter because I can't cut stone, so that's a whole thing. Transmute steel is available? Yes. Every chance you get to transmute steel, I want you doing it. Literally waste all of the steel on the map to give me just ridiculous amounts of plasteel and uranium. I am on board. I'm okay with that. Even though we are just obliterating a stack of steel again and again constantly. I'm assuming there's some other drawback other than occasionally it makes it twisted meat. Oh, right. I've got you in there because I need more beds. We also need to expand our grow area. We've been using this one for a while. That's cotton plants. Let's expand that more because we're going to need more of that. We'll put more potatoes over here. That could be more strawberries. And I'll probably go and put some other stuff up there. Let's see, conversion rate is 1-to-1. Like, if you transmute a stack of 75 feet steel to set plasteel, does stack? Yes. Yes, it is. 75, 75. Uh-huh. There's a reason I'm using it the moment it comes off cooldown every time. I miss the dialogue. Has completed his investigation of the Twisted Obelisk and has discovered a method to safely deactivate the obelisk using shards of Arca technology. He can no longer study the obelisk after deactivating it. That's fine. Keep it going. Also, I would like you to continue getting your mutations, please. Yeah, so tried to mutate the arm again. Yeah, so it's looking like there's arms and, like, internal mutations are about all you can get. I like the idea of leaning in on the, like, tentacle arm mutation things. My assumption of how we will deal with this is we either A, just need a bunch of things to get them good mood bonuses so they can just ignore it, or B, when we can get to the point of the inhuman whatever stuff, that I will want to get that. Oh, it's a Toxlope. Because the animals are starving. Hey, you are awake? It is time to hit the steel. And where's Ichitenma? Because you're getting real close to being converted. Like, even though it looks like one more, probably two more, because they'll recover a little bit between then. Research known Devil Strand. Okay. I'm down to make a giant Devil Strand field as my moneymaker. Alright, so for our ideology... Well, that's actually... So this is where our money's gonna come from. That whole area up there... Devil Strand. Okay, so for ideology, you want... the Arctic Shrine. Which we will make out of jade, because that'll take a while, and then it'll make the place nice and yada yada. We'll also need to put down wood floors and all that, so that's going to take us a little bit. Oh, yeah, we got more plasteel. Like I said, there's got to be... So, we've gotten plasteel, we've gotten uranium, and we've gotten twisted meat as results, which is like the bad result. You destroy steel, and you get a little bit of meat, which is definitely a loss. You know, unless you're starving or something, which even then, twisted meat is still not that big of a win. Alright, so let's look at our... We need to control our animal population. We've been letting them go absolutely wild. There's no adult oh, because, like, pregnant's its own set it category. Yeah, we're gonna need to extend this. That was one I mentioned we're gonna have to do at some point. High offering skipped, that's fine. Oh, do you really have... Oh, you got a half of the jade there. I was like, do you really have 300 jade just sitting on the shelves? Because... Is that more? We might actually have enough jade just to build this thing right now. Alright, well, I wasn't expecting that. Meanwhile, one thing I'm gonna do... I'm gonna put... torches by each of the doors. Those are going to stay torches. And the reason I'm going to put torches by all the doors is invisible stuff gets revealed by fire, but not just any light, it has to be fire. So it seems like a good idea for me to have that. You learned about the obelisk. The device has the power to duplicate intelligent creatures. In theory, it can duplicate without limit. The obelisk appears damaged and unstable, so its energy level rises unless suppressed. If it were to fully activate it, it would go into a duplication loop and chaotically pumping out a large number of flawed human duplicates. White Jaguar thinks it may be possible to safely shut down the obelisk, but this will need significantly more study. You can now intentionally provoke a response from the corrupted obelisk. Cool. It would crack open the ancient danger. I mean, did we beat the Revenant? Yes. It got rough. I had to run the thing down with 2 melee just trading off hits until it finally got slow enough that I was able to keep up and just keep, you know, thwacking it the entire time it was moving around. I have you set to suppress, right? Yep. I do intend to abuse the crap out of that thing. But, I'm gonna want to wait till we have the cryopods to do it. Yeah, we just had enough for that. That's not a bad thing, but it's also not a good thing right now, because I don't have the materials to deal with it. So what we're gonna do for the moment is I was going to wait to get to the fancy wood floors, but that's not gonna happen. So we need to get to the regular wood floors so they don't get mad that I built that in there and it doesn't have what it needs. You're going to need to move all of this stuff in here. Dark Visions. Just a random group of visitors. Move all the stuff out of the temporary room we had here. Oh, right, we've got better furniture. There's a billiard table. And then we'll be able to get rid of the hoop ring, and then we can go and get the poker table up here and get rid of this. Yeah, so we're going to be very dependent on these torches, which is going to be a huge pain for a good while. I'm honestly, like, I'm debating even putting them out here, because if we have a dedicated hauler with, like, jogger and all that, I could see someone's job being just run around and keep the torches going, so that when a revenant shows up, there's just nowhere for it to hide inside our our base. Like, we would see it pop through here when it goes to attack someone, be able to figure out who it's heading towards, had everyone else run interception while the one person just gets out of town. You know, and hopefully use that to score enough hits to slow it down to minimize how many people get caught by it. You got tons of raw goods. Alright, so those shelves are done. So now it's time for the next set. Actually, how are we doing in the wood? Let's wait till we get our floors down, then I'll do that. Once we get all our floors put down, we'll start cutting down more trees for wood and all that. Like, I've already got them queued up. It's just doing all that. Why did I plant more food? I was looking at here going, oh no, I need more food. I was wrong. I do not need more food. Don't allow sowing. Don't allow sowing. Oh, I looked at it, I was like, I need more cotton. That's why. Alright, research known. We can get psychoid brewing. Okay, well, new plan. Come on, give me just the one field. We're going to expand you. And you are now psychoid plant. Mysterious cargo. God Popes, whatever, has an odd request. They would like you to accept an unspecified cargo. When pressed for more details, he avoids the question. There is desperation in his voice. For this case, I'll take the Masterwork Harp, because that'll give me another type of recreation for right now. So I'll do that. What have you sent me? Destroy it immediately. Get it. Don't wait. Get to it right now. Shatter it. Get rid of it. Kill it. Make it dead. Thank you. It was a Revenant spine. If I would have left it, I would have had to fight another Revenant. I'm good. The last Revenant was absolute hell for us. Alright, so now I can go to the kitchen and say... Bills... forever. Alright, sleep well, Captain Sandy. You have a good one. Alright, so that one turned steel into twisted meat. Probably put torchlights. Pavamonster is in labor. I totally forgot you're having a kid. Alright, don't do that. Don't do an operation. They're having a kid. Now's time for kid. Meanwhile, please hold their gun put away. Alright, let's have a healthy baby this time. We don't need more sad. More sad is a bad time. Wait, what? Okay. Starvation. Healthy baby. Thank goodness. We don't need more tragedy in the colony. So let's go ahead and do our drawing to see who is here, and we got Luxray. Welcome to the colony. Please don't leave the baby on the floor. Meanwhile, let's go to Baby Luxray and go to their schedule and say, urgent for everybody. It doesn't matter who you are in this colony. If the baby wants the nums, you stop what you're doing and you give the baby the nums. And then recreation, poker table. So disrespected, it would like... Oh, all floor, it's just literally missing the one tile that there's a, there's a bush on it. Transmute steel. I'm still waiting for some, like, terrible result. Like, yeah, we're occasionally getting meat, but I think we've gotten meat 3 times versus, like, 2-3 times we've gotten... I think it's 3 times now we've gotten plasteel and 2 times we've gotten uranium. Which, to me, that seems like a pretty solid ratio there. Okay, go get yourself some food. And after which, we're going to find your gun, which is in here somewhere. There it is, down that shelf. Get yourself equipped in case of a fight. Alright. Furniture. Not the right direction. Cool, so we're making our break room a lot nicer. We're getting our books in here. Ambrosia sprout. Okay, right there in the middle, that's fine. Oh, allow sewing. Gotta turn that off. Alright. So that does mean we'll start moving over to that. The animals are managing to keep up with the food right now. This pen's gonna have to get bigger. But you already knew that was coming. We can do here real fast. There you go, structure. Wood fence. Start expanding it. Alright, we got a masterwork dining room chair. This furniture is engraved with the illustration of Ichi Tenma packing supplies for a journey with an eager look in her eyes. 5 comedians watch from a distance. A philosopher floats near the edge of the image. Almost every shape in the image seems to be horizontal. The representation refers to Ichi Tenma departing for an adventure on the 6th of April. Neat. In other words, it's a heckin' fancy wood chair. That's upsetting.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Looks like our next research is pemmican. Alright, so we can... Do we have anyone else who's missing? You know what? Just... Don't worry about it. Keep triggering mutations. I just want to see what happens. Did you eat? Yeah, I've got like a bite or two of food left. But I mostly eat my food. Yeah. So it's, it keeps trying to mutate the arms. It does seem to have a heavy preference, RNG-wise, towards doing stuff with arms. I do like the idea of just mutating all of my people more and more. And I am hoping what'll end up happening is when we switch over to the next Reformation, that we want our people to be like all twisted and inhuman, that they won't mind anymore, and we can make everything deeply upsetting. Travelers desire aid? Yes. Where are you at? There you are. Let's also go here. Cool, pemmican. Yeah, I'm also putting torches on some of the throughputs of the outside of buildings for the purposes of, again, if we have a revenant or something and it goes into an area, it's gonna get spotted. Oh, hey, this bed is no longer yours. That's a hospital bed. Oh, right. We can make real beds now. New recruit, Craven Horde. Welcome to the team, buddy. For those who didn't catch, that is not our first Craven Horde. That is Craven Horde number 2. That is a copy of Craven Horde. There are now 2 of them. Don't worry about it. It's probably okay. If it's not okay, well, that'd be a problem. But for now, it's probably okay. So we'll put that Craven Horde over there. So the downside is, Craven Horde is another person who's really kind of only good at melee. Like right now our colony is very heavy on the melee side. You know what? Captain San, I know you got like a double passion for melee, but I'm gonna go ahead and take you off melee. I just got too many. Alright, so with that does mean... I don't need to worry about that. We should be good. Oh, I need to go to you. And try and get this conversion done. Alright. Probably one more conversion attempt. And then we will, we'll have Ichi Tenma brought over. Yes, now I got 2 Craven Hordes running around. One with tentacle and one without. That's the defining difference. Oh, body modders don't care. Even though it says it's always squirming, I hate it. They also don't mind it, like it's a neutral. Interesting. That has implications. Yeah, so Body modders are gonna play with the machine. I wonder if that also works with the transhumanist one. Like if the transhumanist also sees it as a positive. I bet you it does. Right, and we finally got our stone cutting. So cut all stones forever. We did that last stream right by the end. We got the smithy up. So I wanted to go make simple helmets. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I'll check Discord DMs real fast. Okay. Nah. Yeah, so for what's going on there, I probably will tell them no. Like, I'll probably just tell them no. I need to be better about when we have people who pop in here who generally seem to be causing trouble kind of thing. I tend to give people benefit of the doubt kind of stuff. I need to be a little bit less on that case. Not that you shouldn't at all, but a lot of times it almost always ends badly. Where does people cause trouble? Yeah, and that's their other thing. Yeah, no, we just had someone who was like, they weren't, see, like, it wasn't one of those things, like, when someone is, like, straight up overtly awful, it's easy to, like, kick them out of here and be done with it, no big harm, no big foul. It's, like, really, really easy to handle that. But when it's not, like, quite as aggressively that way, that's when it's more difficult. Like, when someone drops in and they just go into, like, a racist tirade, you're like, and gone. No big deal. Straight out the door. Full speed. No anything going on. But, when there's just, like, little bits here and there, they're like, okay, I don't really know what's going on. That is a lot of shamblers, actually. How many of them are there? 22. That is not an insignificant number of shamblers. Let's keep you inside the perimeter here for a minute. Yeah, no, 22 is a pretty decent number of shamblers. Well, the good news is the shamblers won't, like, just directly attack you. If I leave them alone, if you look at them, there's a timer here. They just die at the end of 3 days. That said, if I go and poke them or they get a hold of me, like they get too close, then we've got a problem. I probably should connect these to me as well. If they do spread out, I might also take a go at it. Ooh. Turning steel into gold. Cool. We are going through that steel really fast. Much faster than I expected to. Yeah, no, the Gore Hulks are squishy. The Shamblers take a little bit of abuse, not a ton. Yeah, playing Stardew and fighting with mods they installed not really working. Yeah, that's always one of those things that's rafting. Yeah, no, it's one of those things. Like I said, it's easy when it's someone who's just like straight up, they show up and immediately cause trouble, like right from the get-go. Those are usually easy to handle because you just hit the ban button, it's done. But as well as ones that, okay, things are not quite as they probably should be. But like, you know, they're sending some red flags, but not enough to like get you to instant ban. Those are the hard ones. Because you're like, alright, is this person just having an off day or whatever? And honestly, I do feel like sometimes those ones that hit like that gray area where you're like, I don't know, is this person having an off day? It almost feels like the right answer would just be like, okay, let me just time them out for the day. And then if they come back and there's still a problem, then just get them gone. No, it's super appreciated. Like I don't think you're necessarily too lenient and all that. It is those things that I need to be better about. It's actually one of the things that helps a lot having mods is there's a lot of time that like because I'm juggling a whole bunch of things, I kind of go back and forth on should I be dealing with this, should I not be dealing with that kind of stuff. And a lot of times the mods will sweep in and be like, done. And that helps a lot because then it's just one less thing you gotta, you know, deal with. And by all means, when they do an unban request, I'll go in there and be like, nope, mod stands. Alright, so the question is, if they go left and around, we're probably fine. If they go right, then they're gonna go right into our base. We're gonna get to our defensive line and just do what we can to stop them. We don't have the flares to stun them and everything, so it'll actually be a really rough fight. I do have this thing that's got the fire thing on it, but I only got like 1 or 2 shots because I don't have a source of bioferrite yet. Wait, why are you wandering? What? Why would you be this way? Don't ever block doors. Please. Okay, so it looks like they're going to go wide to the left. So we really can just probably ignore them. Because as you can see, they've already gone down one day. The last one, we were doing good, and then I can't remember what it was. They went to... Oh, no, one of them went through the door. That's right. They actually... I think they were able to get through one of the doors. That one of them came down and started attacking the door, and the moment they did is like, I have to deal with it. Or I think they walked through in the one path around to be on this side of it. So they're going to cut through the entire area. At which point I was like, okay, this just has to be managed. A group like this could be fun, though, because of the sheer number of things you can do that hit in an area. You could just run up here and just blast them with a big AoE. Alright, so they are going to come into the base. Wake up! We got a thing to deal with. Get over here. We got a thing to deal with. So my hope is only have a handful will patrol this way. We can pick them off. Oh, no, we got another one. We're not done yet. It seems they decided to have a party instead. Yeah. You're hoping to just hang outside your base until someone else comes in on the map? Oh, that could be a lot of fun. Alright. Don't keep walking around just a little bit. Why are you this way? So the issue is, if I have them get all the way to the point where they get back to sleep, then they'll take the penalty for disturbed sleep again and again. I'm hoping they figure... I mean, honestly, as the rate we're killing them in 1s and 2s and 3s, there is a very good chance we can just keep picking them off at groups like this, and it'll wipe the rest of them out pretty easy. Nice shot with the bow there. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, more coming around. Deadly Timberwolves. 35 Deadly Timberwolves. What are you offering for it? A recreation book and a really respectable amount of plasteel. A decent amount of thing. But 35 Timberwolves. How does the corner punch work? I would suspect they've got that fixed by now. They nerfed a lot of the cheesy strats that you used to be able to use. So like a lot of the pathing kill boxes they've broken. A lot the kill box where they like all shoot in at one point. They've done that. So I wouldn't be surprised if they've nerfed the corner punch thing. I'm pretty sure that actually got broke. That they actually got rid of it. You can't do it anymore. I could be wrong, or at least not reliably. Alright, so y'all need to take care of yourselves. I do see we've got a couple coming around. Just trying to give my people a little break to get their sleep if they need it. But yeah, if you look up like old killbox design videos, old as in like literally just a couple months back, just assume a lot of them don't work anymore. Because Tynan, who's the developer behind this, does like to nerf those. And will. And Chesteroo on their 5-stream streak. So thank you for getting that 5 streams in a row, getting your extra 450 points. And I also see we got our people popping in here, EV Meister among others. Wait, someone said cheesecake? How dare you? How dare you leave us out of the cheesecake? Do you have any idea what you've done? Alright, got a big push of people coming in. Why are you such a bad shot? Okay. Yeah, so little by little, they're all backtracking. If I can catch that one by itself, I'll knock it down real fast, so let's wipe out the rest. That's fine, have a good time. You're ready for a break, so you go ahead and head out as well. We did actually get some bioferrite. So when this one comes around, we're going to kill it. They're by the door. Once they push past that door just enough that I don't have to worry about, we're going to pop out, deal with the ranged one first, and get that all sorted. Alright. No, don't go through yet. Actually, go take care of yourselves. How much longer do you have? Still 2 days. That said, we have basically shredded all but like the last 2 or 3 of them. And meanwhile, we can go to you. And Ichi Tenma is one of us. They just keep coming one by one? Yeah. Which isn't a bad thing for them to do. For my side of it. That's kind of the ideal. The only downside is it doesn't give me as much time for people to like go to sleep, take care of themselves, or sleep schedule's all jacked up and all that. So once we got people a little bit more settled, I'm gonna wake everyone up. We'll pop the door and deal with the rest. Wipe them out. We got the party ready. We can't do that yet, so I don't care. You're still mad about lots of things. Alright. Get everyone over here. Let's do this. You actually sit this one out. Okay, ranged. Your first target is there ranged. Nicely done. And we got a decent amount of bioferrite, and they're sorted. So everyone is free to do whatever the heck you want to do now. Alright, so other than the child, everyone can go outside, and we're good. Alright. That is a lot of corpses up there. Major break risk on you, because I've done bad things to you. You've been our science project. Alright, so we still got a day till that thing can be used again. Alright. So look at our group. Donkey Duff would be the next one to convert. Or Alex. Honestly, well, let's check what Donkey Duff has. Donkey Duff's is okay. What about Alex's? Alex's is terrible. So we're gonna go ahead and get Alex. We're gonna get them converted over. And we'll do that whole thing. We could definitely use more learning on Alex's part, but that's okay. We're working on it. Exhaustion on Craven Horde. Yeah, because you're having a break. That's fine. Alright. So all things considered, we have expanded the area there. Timberwolves. 35, though. 35 is so many Timberwolves. They will give me 6 mercenaries to help with that. Which is fine. That actually probably doesn't make it that bad to deal with, but 35 is a lot of Timberwolves. That said, that's a lot of plasteel. Alright, autoload the animals in there real fast. Oh, that's up again. Keep transmuting the steel. All of our steel is forfeit. More uranium. Are you gonna... Okay, here, I'll just intervene. You're already working on it. I'm just making sure they're actually loading the animals up. Oh, good, we actually get to keep one. Do I actually want this, though? What the heck do you even give me? Yeah, I don't want that. Once I finish the quest, baby's getting kicked. It's an animal that's nothing but a liability. Get them out of here. Obelisk mutation. While interacting with the obelisk, Papa Monster felt a sudden sharp pain in her stomach as her tissue began to roil and mutate. Her stomach has mutated in a mass of semi-sentient flesh with harsh acids that produces painful but prevent food poisoning. I'm okay with this. And meanwhile, you're not welcome here. Get out. We'll just keep researching it, and little by little, everyone will get a little bit more exciting and interesting in their lives. Begin the Arco party. Wait. You need Neil sheets, not Neil pillows? That's the right ideology, right? I'm thinking it's not. Begin the Arconic party. Okay, let's look at our main ideology, people. Nope, it's the right one. Okay, so ideology. Do we have enough cloth to do that? Yes. Get those built right away. Sorry about that. Did you stop doing it? I want you to build all three of those so we can have the party real fast. I think I am gonna probably accept the Timberwolf one. It's gonna be messy. All right, so begin the party. We've got all the bonuses. So do it. And they have their speech and all that going. We'll get all of that sorted. Because I think with 35 Timberwolves... Alright. And we gained 10 goodwill with our nearest neighbor. Aw, okay. Hi, random travelers. Okay, so quest. So they will show up 3 hours afterwards. I will accept it for the goodwill and the gold, I think. Yes, because that's a recreation book. Alright, mercenaries have arrived. That's us hoping. They're all melee. Everyone in the perimeter. And basically what I'm doing is I'm just going to put a solid wall of melee here. And then just every bit of ranged right behind them. In hindsight, we're going to get some lung rot, and that's not ideal. Oh, hey. Wake up, it's transmute time. Gold. Do your best to haul them real fast. I probably didn't give you enough time. I should have done this immediately, but... Get the real ripe ones out of the door. You too. Alright, that should give us enough room for... Alright, no more time. Here is a really big number of timber wolves. There we go. Get our melee over here. Be fast about it. Be much faster about it. Where are you going? What do you know that I don't know? Because you're really worrying me. There's no more doors open over there. Where are you heading? Okay, they're figuring it out. We're okay. Let's play it safe. Because eventually that wall is going to go down from just stray shots. I have a bad feeling I use that and bad things happen. Yeah, Sir is the mage of the tentacles, yep. Alright, the next one's down. Can I scooch you up? Alright, you filled in the gap. We're about to have an opening on this side, so let's get one of our people in here to fall in right behind there. Okay. There's so many corpses in there. Alright, so rescue, rescue, rescue. Orders, allow it all. Who is set to hunting? You could do some of this. Oh, schedule. Unrestrict everyone. You're a doctor, so you're not doing it. Hunt. And hunt. Hunt and hunt. And hunt. Who needs rescue and why? I'll deal with you in a moment. Rescue Ness. Rescue them. Alright. Pods have arrived. There's our gold. Okay, you can use that spear. It's better than what you've got. Oh, please don't be in there. Come on. Alright, new thing. Forbid all of this. Get out of here. You're getting, like, serious levels of rot lung. There's no need for it. Furniture. And that'll be for the medicine in a minute. Alright, major break risk on you. Rot stink lingering. I get it. There's a lot of corpses there. Alright. We're having a bunch of them who aren't making it because of blood loss. And almost all of them have rot stink exposure. There's so many corpses in there. Don't we have flesh trees? We do. But right now, with the sheer amount of wolves there, running in there is causing rapid health problems. Oh right, we have a second doctor now. All right. Yeah, so our hauling people are gonna have to deal with the corpses for a little bit. Yeah, but now we got our flesh-eating trees. They're gonna eat good today. They're gonna eat real good today. Oh no, if I wanted to deal with that, I could deal with that super fast. It's not urgent. The rot stink will go away. In the meantime, I got enough other bodies to haul that I'm not super worried about it. Alright. Body acidifiers are too cool. Pick it up from Microelectronics. I know a lot of people who really don't like them. Because for a brief moment, it was the thing that royalty people show up and you just steal all their stuff and it was like easy, good tech. And then they're like, nah, we're gonna make it so you can't get it. So they add like the bio encoded and all that stuff to put a stop to that real fast. Here, get that out of there. Or it gets them sick too. And you get that one out of there because it's too close. Alright. Yeah, once the ever-expanding cloud of corpse rot goes away, we'll just accept everything and they can just take what's left. Because I'm not worried about losing what little meat is in there. Hey, Alex, get rid of the body. And then, yeah, Alex is the next one, because Alex had a pretty rough ideology to deal with. Alright. Plus, as a child, they're easier to convert. So orders, we will allow. And for a moment, though, this is not our home zone. Don't try and sweep it up. So start cleaning it all up, but don't stay there. You see blood? Yeah, we had a lot of Timberwolves made a move on trying to kill us. We're just burning through the steel. I'm gonna regret this. Oh, Bioferrite is another one. That's actually really good to get 75 Bioferrite. They're asking me to lend them 2 colonists for 7 days. Who got rot lung? Why are you eating a meal on the corpses? What is wrong with you? How is Woofy? I don't know what you mean by that. That's so annoying. So what I might be able to do here is we could prioritize you to go interact with this thing. And the reason why that might help is one of the mutations we can get is a lung mutation. That part of it is it makes you immune to lung rot. So we could make that work. Then I can mutate their lungs to be immune. Well, we got a flesh whip, so not a winner that time. Terminator reference? Gotcha. We're gonna disallow it again because they're just running out there getting lung rot real fast. Yeah, so we got so many people are getting really sick with that. We have ambrosia. Let's pop in here, go orders, floors. Get wood floors in there. We will need people to, well, actually we've got a bunch of wood, it's just over here. I'm pretty annoyed about that, actually. It's stuff like that that are like in real life you wouldn't run out, grab the food, and just stand on the corpses and eat it standing on the rotting corpses. If you grab the food, you'd leave. So it's really annoying when you sit there and deal with that. Because I needed to right-click and tell them to haul it and just be done with it, so I knew they would stay out of it. It's just kind of annoying. All right. That said, we can actually deal with the lung problem over time. We'll just need to like keep tagging this. Worst case, we can remove a lung and like swap some lungs around. I don't want to do that because that's going to result in a lot of pretty upset people. Oh, here, we want to get all these. Link. Store, copy settings, paste settings, delete that zone. They have arrived at transport pods nearby. They're gonna besiege the colony. Don't do that. They're all melee. Pick up the pace. I know you got the food poisoning. Oh, that looks like it's a good shot. Oh, wait, never mind. Where are you going? Okay, that's just some walls. I thought that was like dead on target on my people. I was about to be like, no. Well, that's really not ideal. Oh, we don't have a door near us. All right, make your worth. You just get in the back. Insanity Lance. Why do I have to have like no line of sight on any of the ones worthwhile? That's probably our colony, by the way. Yep, nope, I misplayed that. That is super done. Well, nah, we're not continuing this with one person here. Hey, go finish the job, friend. Like, having literally, what is that, 7 people being kidnapped? Finish it. Oh, come on, you're 1? Get up here. No, I misplayed that. I ran out because of siege, and I needed to run out to do a siege. We can't save you. But yeah, no, that's, for a base this big, 1 person is not cutting it. That is one I am not gonna try and come back from.
Oh, hankering for education, are we?
I don't... There's no reload. I do commitment mode. Why would I... Like, that's... Because part of the fun is, like, the disaster. Now, granted, usually the disaster doesn't hit that hard. Commit to the game over? Yeah. Here. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry, I have to have prison for you. Because obviously this is over. What do you mean? I have oh, I chose the one place I actually knocked a wall out. My bad. All right. And we are good. So there is new functionality where you can effectively restart the like continue where you left off by just teleporting in 5 people after the game over screen. I'm not going to do that because it takes forever. And we don't need to just wait for a kid to starve to death and for someone to slowly die of infection. The point is, the run is done. But yeah, no, I overcommitted here. This is the mistake. I ran out there. I didn't consider my escape. I was just like, oh crap, they're going to start sieging. And I even opened fire on them before we even had people in position. I was just worried about... I've had my entire group of troops going out there get pegged right in the middle if I didn't go for it, so... I could have engaged that thing. I also basically was like, they're all melee. It was interesting how the attacks went from what felt like pretty nothing in a lot of cases to suddenly escalating to 11, where, you know, we were having attacks of like 35 units and all that. But yeah. Nope, misplayed it. And in RimWorld, that's all it takes to make you dead. So, what's going to end up happening now is... we're going to do another one. The tribe has died. New tribal ritualist run starts now. Ritualist anomaly run starts now. That's fine. Okay. Anything that would have spiked wealth during that time? No, I think it's because we were dealing with a lot of the things we're getting hit by wasn't like conventional raids. We were mostly getting hit by the other stuff. I'm gonna turn off random research, just because it doesn't work with the Well, do we want random research on or not? So the problem with random research right now is I like it for the regular tech, but it doesn't work with the anomaly tech. I physically cannot research anomaly tech without using books with it turned on. Yeah, so I'm thinking no random because it kind of made it so I had no reason to deal with any of that stuff. We were just killing the anomalies going up, and then anytime they would research the stuff, it was literally research points going into the abyss. It didn't... I was hoping it would work, but it definitely did not, because we certainly got more than 5 research points over like the year or two that colony was around, just churning away. So we're going to go ahead and get a new one going. I'm going to keep it mostly the same of what we just did. So we're going to do the basic tribe, which we do have the Man in Black event disabled. That's just the way I've been doing. Actually, we'll just do the regular basic tribe. So Man in Black event can happen. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of the anomaly stuff doesn't seem to hit as hard as full raids, but seem to delay raids all the same. You know, it says, well, yeah, so I've had people like, wait, does this replace it? That's not exactly what happens. When you look at RimWorld, it goes, okay, it's time for a bad event. And it goes, okay, rolls the dice. Here's the pile of events it could be. I chose that. You know, I chose this one. Okay, what's your wealth? Okay, that's how severe it is. And you get the idea. And what happens is, because you have that pool of, let's say there's 100 events. I have no idea what the actual number, but let's say there's 100 negative events that can happen. Now, because we've had all these anomaly events on top of it, it seems like it'll feel like it's diluted all the bad events you get, like the raids, but it's just the pool is more. So you get that. We don't, like, and I don't know the weighting on everything, because there is weighting to it where it'll favor doing, like, a straight-up raid over, you know, this other, like, more exotic raid or whatever. But I don't know where anomaly drops in there. All right, so let's do the basic Lost Tribe. Strive to survive, commitment mode, Cassandra because Randy just likes to go to sleep sometimes. One of the things if I were to do the random event is we'd probably take up and fill all the other spots with Civil Outlander Union. I'm still gonna do that. Mostly because it just gives me more trade caravans. And with that we get more chances to get books. It won't really matter one way or the other because they start neutral. No way to heal the lungs. So the way you could heal the lungs is one, you can use a healing mech serum. Another one is there is a new ability that sometimes you'll get a person who has it when you play Anomaly. There's a person who can show up who has the special ability that can heal it. And then the third way, well actually the third way is you could remove the lung that's sick, put in a replacement lung. And then the fourth way is that Twisted Obelisk, I believe, can change it into a lung that's immune to it. So no starting research claims it's not up to date, but it works. Like that worked fine. All right, since we are doing, well actually we're not doing random research, but we are doing no random research. So let's avoid going to a particularly hot tile. And the reason for that is I have to research the passive cooler, and if we get a heat wave before that happens, we just die. I'd like to find a tile that has, this tile might, I don't think I want to deal with the river right now. What I want is I want a tile that has like a whole bunch of areas around it we could interact with. So far as like trade and all that, and be on a road. Just because that might be fun to see what books we can get. Can we get a little bit closer to... I mean, downsides are like right next to an enemy camp that's going to probably attack us a bunch. That's not a road, that's a river. That's not what we want. I won't be too picky. Like, if we don't find a good spot relatively easy, then we'll just go with... Those are all hostile. Like, this is a great spot. It's a shame it's so hot. We can go down here as well, though. Just go to the other side of their equator. Honestly, this is looking really good. Yeah, that'll be good. I've got all of these we could trade within this whole area. We're definitely going to be dealing with the Yatkins a lot. And the Fallen Empires nearby. That could be fine. So Fluid, Archist, Ritualist, because that's the new one. We want to experiment with that. Terrible research speed. And I'm going to go ahead and remove the... Remove the things there that we have that. We've got a ritual. There's no venerated animals or anything else we gotta deal with, so that's a pretty straightforward one. Basically, we're just doing the ritualist. Pretty straightforward with what it's got. Okay. And let's get our pawns together. We got a tough pawn. That's a tough pawn who can do crafting. I can live with that. I like to earn all my scars. We've got Quick Sleeper, who can do crafting and construction. Come on. I'm just trying to choose someone who's not going to immediately cause a bunch of problems within the colony. So I like to avoid, at least for my starting ones, I'm skipping ones that are perfectly fine. Ooh, a pacifist. We'll consider that for now. A teetotaler who's kind, who's crafting. Why do you just want to give me crafting? Can we have something that's not crafting? And how many times are you giving me tough? You know what? I think I'll accept scars. We'll be fine. Alright, so I want to go ahead and fill in some gaps. We'll be more accepting of scars than I normally am. What I am looking for... So we would have medical, we'd have plants, we'd have cooking. Construction and mining would be terrible, but everything else are relatively okay. So you'd be a dedicated hauling person, probably. Which is a shame, because you have great memory, which kind of kills that. We'd have a crafter, a plants person, our cook, and another crafter. I think I can live with that. It's not a good setup, but it'll be fine. Wait, they don't show the social as a team skill? That seems odd. Yeah, no one cares. No, I'm teasing. I actually didn't look at to see what the social was. What is our social? We should have someone here who's got decent. So you're melee almost exclusively, so you go to the left. Did I choose another group that was like 90% melee? It's a shame. My tough pawns are my ranged pawns. Alright, that's fine. It's fine. Oh, wait, that's... So we got the Ancient Danger over there. There's the temple. We've got a rich soil spot right there. So I think I'm going to build, like, right on top of the temple. You have three... was it 3 kind ones? Oh, man, it is. Kind is low-key one of my favorite traits. Because kind really keeps your people from murdering each other constantly. Very much, especially early game, having lots of social fights frustrates me incredibly. Because you're trying to get that early game, everything's important, and your puncher's like, me, I'm gonna get a fight with each other for no reason. They said I look funny. Alright. So let's go ahead and do this. We'll get recreation on your schedules. We'll go to our work schedule. I am not feeling... So we got one person who's got a little bit of social. And that's about it. I'm going to go ahead and tag all these. We'll do this. So we've got one doctor. You're going to be our warden. We got plenty of people who can hunt. You two won't hunt because you're going to be melee. So you're our cook, and you'll handle. So handling and cooking is one person. We'll actually make the handling second priority. So make it low priority on the rest of you for right now. You're going to be our researcher, our really bad researcher, because that was one of our gaps. Meanwhile, you are going to be our growing person. I didn't bring a construction or mining person at all. Alright, well, the way we'll deal with this is probably not the smart way, is that I will make it so the other two, they will prioritize crafting, and they will fill in construction and mining whenever they can. It is gonna go like absolutely terrible. Don't even worry about the rest stuff. Okay, so where I mentioned this wasn't an ideal setup, I was not kidding at all. What animals did they give us? They gave us food. That's what they gave us. They gave us food. I wonder if I could literally put this thing inside my home. What is your beauty, by the way? None. Okay, that's fine. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. This would be a great idea. I should absolutely do this. All of that is dripping with sarcasm, by the way. Alright. So we sleep with the temple. It will be the basis of our home. It'll certainly go fine. Meanwhile, before any considerations, we activate the monolith. Yep, so it's like, oh no, it's stirring. It will be like, yes. Yes. So research. So our very first research, I'm going to go this run. Let's go right to the complex furniture first. And for anomaly, that's fine. All of that's just telling us that we'll go for the Void Provocation. And with that, we have unlocked all the anomaly stuff. You know, get that going. All right. It's curious that they're all over there, because only one of them is plant cut and 2 of them have construction. And I do see 4 of them running around doing stuff, which does make me a little curious about it, but that's okay. Okay, so it does identify it as a room. They're going to toss a ceiling on top of it. I am curious if it will fully enclose the space or not. Does this bother anyone to be near it? I never bothered looking. No, they're fine. Okay. Meanwhile, while they get that started, I'm going to quickly eat a little bit of my food, and we'll get back to it. Alright, so let's go ahead and get a recreation set up. Put that in there too. Let's see, you are 11 wide. So, wait. I'm off by 1. I want to make it a round room, but then I gotta cannibalize the field I just planted. It's fine. That's how I'll make it work. Alright, and this will be ultimately our ritual room. We'll use it as for like production and all that in the short term. It's fine. Yeah, so like already I'm halfway through Void Provocation, where last run, despite researching everything, I never got that. Just because they're using random research. Let's go ahead and yield be potatoes. You can be strawberries. Corn. Cotton. We have a harbinger tree. We'll look for that in a moment. The dye. Gill root. Okay, so we got a harbinger tree. That's not a terrible location. I'll set that, go here, storage, low priority, and accept all human corpses as well for right now. Because until we have refrigeration and resurrection serum, those kind of things. Literally, we've been here for 30 seconds. Alright, in the meantime, let's get some names out to people. So, that's not true. There we go. So first up, we got Groot's Wig, who is going to be our cook / animal person, and our doctor. We've got... It's not true. Draconic Dork, who is our plants person. We've got Sentient Cookie, who is one of our crafters. We've got Captain Brody, who is our other crafter. And last but not least, we've got Jaywalker, who is actively trying to burn the world down, but is our budget researcher. Hi. That's reasonably responsible.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what time it is.
I love you.
I love you too.
And it was not me.
Mm-hmm. Good luck in the morning. Alright, so we got Sightseer going to attack Jaywalker there. Alright, so it's actually a really bad position. Luckily, it's missing all of its swings. Yeah, luckily it missed all of its swings, because honestly, if it had landed that first hit, like right at the beginning, it could have sat there and just gotten a bunch of hits in, but instead it managed to miss 3 times in a row. Cool, so I now have the proximity sensor research. Doesn't matter, requires electricity. We don't have electricity, so we won't worry about that yet. We will need steel from somewhere. There we go. So for the moment, you go ahead and put that back there. And like I said, that won't be long term the way we set that up. We're just doing a quick shove it in the room, call it a day. I'll put a torch back there. Alright. Did that burn my food? I think it might have burned my food. Oh, nope, our food's down here. Alright. So we got all our food back here, and we don't really have much. It's going to be a bit before the rice is ready. So the first of the animals is going to go. Bills and butcher creatures forever. Details. Do entities as well. Alright. Please stop botching all the crafting. Well, all the building. Insulting spree, because great. We don't even have, like, not even, like, the most minor mood penalties. We're just getting, like, RNG being like, okay, ever so slightly touched anything negative, instantly bad times. Alright, who is our doctor? You are? Alright. I just realized our husky's named Prima Donna. That seems like a husky thing. Yeah, so hunt is lowest priority. I will go and assign it. I don't know if we'll even end up doing any of it. Oh yeah, that's fine. Foxes are fine to hunt. We shall see. Immediate fire, and this is what we've got. A whole third of the map gonna be burned down before we even start, I think. Lovely. Stop leaving the one spot of fire there. There you go. Food binge due to awful barracks? Man, the rate we're getting breaks already is so ridiculous. I mean, the big thing is because we have to keep putting out this fire that's spreading. Because not even 30 seconds into the run, our pyromaniac immediately went on a tear to start burning everything. Yo, could I get some rain? A whole chunk of the map is gone. I go for a little rain, please. Could we focus on the house that's currently trying to be burned down? The worst thing is this means we're gonna have like no berry bushes on like not. What is this? Game. Calm down. Please put out faster. Please focus on this fire. Why? Oh, you're the pyromaniac. That's the most absurd. What do you mean? Why am I? I got penalized 4 times for attacking one of their members? I almost just want to mulligan this right now. And just pretend this didn't happen. Because now we don't have food, we lost a bunch of our wall. Oh, this all got unset. Well, it's a challenge, it's just no trees challenge. Yeah, that's the thing, is like we're not gonna be able to build half the stuff. All the bushes are gone. And here I'm like, Pyromancer's never a big deal, you don't need to worry about it. And this one's like, bet. I think that's one of the worst ones I've had of the Pyromancer period, because it burned down all our crops and everything. Like, literally, we're just gonna die due to rotating through mood breaks now. Oh, thanks for the uranium. Yeah, no, it's interesting. I got penalized as having attacked her for her getting burned. Yeah, you're dead. And the reason it's so bad is we had the fire start and immediately went insulting spree. And it does feel like after a run with RimWorld, it doesn't reset things correctly or something. Because it always feels like after I've had a big colony and I jump into the next one, everything is already at 11. Alright, so we got our void provocation figured out. So we'll put skip abduction on there next. Why RimWorld hate you? I don't know. What is going on? It's a single shambler, and I got all my people up. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not a single shambler. It's 3 of them. All right. Okay. All right. Because we basically just got through our 3rd day. We've already had an attack by shamblers. We've had a sightseer attack, and we've had, I think it's 5 breaks. So that's pretty aggressive. Oh, you'll need to self-tend. And that's, with having 3 kind people. Which doesn't prevent breaks, but... You're all treated? Good. Alright, so I'm gonna have to find time for our people to hunt, because that getting ravaged and wiping out all the other stuff we planted, and then having all of this area's berry bushes gone, means I'm gonna have to hunt stuff to make up the difference. So for right now, the person who would be researching, you're a hunter. Go to it. Of course, you'd hunt the tankiest thing first. Meanwhile... Oh, trees count. I understand. That's fine. All right. So we just need that last tree moved, and we should be able to put this down. All right. Settlement doomed from the start. But what do we need to name our faction? Which means we're definitely getting through this whole thing, because we've, gotten over this awful beginning. Almost Charred Cult? We'll just go with Charred Cult. No, we're doing it this way. Charred Cult. Excellent. We are the Charred Cult. For those who don't know what chard is, it's a plant. It's like a, I mean, it's a green. It's got a little bit more pep to it than, you know, like lettuce or whatever, which is pretty eh. Can I even keep you tamed? What do you need for me to keep you tamed? It's gotta be like 7 or 9 or something. Where are you? So it's advanced trainability, but where is your minimum required taming to keep you tamed? Why am I not seeing this? Minimum handling 10. Well, I'm just gonna go look here real fast, and I'm gonna say there's probably a knot. We're at 9 taming? 9 animals? We actually can. I can keep the stupid thing. It's gonna eat us out of house and home. But we have a Mega Sloth. I'm gonna need you to butcher stuff. Oh, hey. Hear me out. No human corpses here. Nor rotten. Get it out of here. It's kind of like spinach plus. Yeah, it's just, it's got a bit more going on for it. It's used a lot in cooking and all that. Just trying to butcher the animal so we at least have some food here. The vents are definitely, like, ramped up to the moon. As a reminder, we've just entered day 5, so we're in day 4. We're just entering day 5. We've had Mega Sloth self-tamed. We've had more than 5 breaks. We've had Shamblers. We've had the Sightseer already show up. So, RimWorld is running at 11. And we're only like a medium difficulty. And we're not on a particularly high difficulty, because the idea is the research limitations. Which storyteller? Cassandra. So she's supposed to have a nice cadence as opposed to just being at 11. Because Randy does that, where sometimes Randy just hits you again and again and again and giggles to himself. And then goes to, you know, takes a nap. Okay, and so who had our highest social? It was Jaywalker, right? 6. 6 versus 2. Alright, so. I'm gonna try and take advantage of this real fast. We're gonna make you a moral guide. And we can try and deal with some of the mood stuff through the moral guide. Don't have a break already. Come on, man. Ugly environment. It's fine. I understand you have a million mood penalties. Alright. Alright, and I'm gonna go and make this a room that we can have, like, for our, rec room, dining room, that thing. I'm gonna make it, like, one big complex, which is something I don't usually do that much anymore. Other than, like, when you're doing a mountain one, because that's just the way it always ends up, because it's one big thing to start with. We'll go ahead and get that going, so we can start getting past eat without table and stuff like that. We can get ourselves a proper barracks pretty early. I'm pretty sure that's where a hoop ring was, and I'm pretty sure they destroyed it. Virus Army. What is going on with the storyteller right now? We're gonna settle. Alright. Get over here. Are you gonna burn my wall? Is that what you're gonna do? You're a jerk, you know that? Alright, I have enough problems that I can't deal with someone who needs drugs to live. And your clothes are terrible, you can keep them. What's going on with you? Food poisoning? Excellent. No, I don't know what he did. They ran up to the corner and they stared at it for a moment, and then they turned on me. Because it wasn't where I did damage, and the damage caused them to switch targets. It's like they got here, and then they went, wait a second. Okay, let's go fight people. Slaughterer? Well, you deserved better. What is with this run? That the events are happening in, like, extreme rapid succession. We're only on day 6. Not even. We're starting day 6. Alright, there, my food's done. Oh, I'm sorry, PX Murda Psycho. You're just wondering how to know how any room big should room be? I'm sorry, I didn't see your question till now. So when it comes to room sizes, there's some of them that they'll actually be kind of prescriptive. That if you actually go here to, I believe it's that one. That's not the one, it's this one. You can actually put your mouse over it, and it'll sit there and say, this room is 97 tiles, that's quite spacious. And you go to this one, it says very spacious. I actually don't have any smaller. That you can use that little thing, it looks like a little bar graph down here, and put it over, and it'll give you an idea of the sizes. Generally speaking, though, there's certain ones that when you're dealing with, like, royalty, you'll sit there and go, I need my room to be 50 tiles. I don't believe there's a way, like, in-game that just starts out that you can just take a look and instantly know kind of thing. Like, it's kind of, you figure it out, you see, that kind of thing. There's also not a hard set for any room, like how big your dining room should be. You're going to see wildly different sizes. RimWorld isn't a game like, if you think of, for example, Prison Architect, where it's like, your bedroom must be at least 6 tiles in size. It doesn't have anything hard like that. You can literally do a door, a bed, and walls, and the people go in there. Now, granted, they'll get a mood thing that they'll be like, it's like claustrophobic in here, when you go in the mood stuff. But there isn't a thing that's like super duper straightforward in the game that just kind of fills out being like, this is what's going on with all of that. All right. So with that, we probably should expand next room, but I'm going to try and change this one up a little bit. We're going to go immediately put down our wood floors so that we don't take the penalty for it being an ugly room. Hey, Mark, how's it going? And also, in the meantime, when you're not planting stuff, cut down the few trees that survived over here. Okay, and you're getting the steel for the stove. We've got the research bench, which let's go ahead and have you drop off hunting a bit to focus on getting research moving. And then once we get that room built, I'm going to make an actual barracks on this side. That serves us right. We got a Megasloth that auto-tamed for us right at the beginning, which was like, oh, instant Megasloth. That's nice. And then the person triggered Slaughter standing directly next to it. It's like, oh, never mind. I also just realized we got free Molotov cocktails, which certainly sounds like a great idea. And is absolutely something I shouldn't be worried about. Let's plan for this to be where the storeroom is. Did I do this again, really? No, it's 11. Yeah, because we'll make that a storage room. They're just gonna have like this weird complex built around the temple. We wasted the steel we were using to build the oven. Checks out. Pretty much what is expected. All right. Cool. So what we're gonna do now is this is our storage room for the time being. We're not gonna put any rhyme or reason or logic. We're just gonna shove that there. We're gonna click on this and delete it. That's where storage goes. I'll make a production room over here. We'll make kind of a just for right now, it'll just be a quick and messy like barracks. 9. Alright, I'm gonna do this immediately because there we go. Before people think I was trying to do something that I wasn't. And then over here we'll put something like either the research lab. Oh, that's one tile too high. Taco time. Why taco time? Alright, pretty soon I need to get back to hunting the various wildlife on the map. We're actually getting pretty close to getting some of this rice up. We'll add 2 more doors on there. We're literally going to make the temple the center of our home is what I'm thinking we'll do. Hunted Dame? Nope. I am good without dealing with any of that. We will go and put all of you... Let's actually change it like this. Make that 1, 2, 3. Put that all to 2 and all to 3. That'll do. That way start getting some of this cleaned up since there's blood absolutely everywhere. Alright, so we got a bunch of rice coming up. So that'll be good. We got some wood getting cut down, but we're low on supplies. RimWorld is blood, blood is RimWorld. Yeah, pretty much. But this is a little bit more literal this time than I'm used to. Oh, take that apart. Does that have roof over it? Not that it says. I think we're gonna mine that out of existence. Because I'm thinking I put like a little pod end here. That basically I will have a little room here that I can open the doors to just poke out to shoot out any direction I want. We'll just try it for like a very different defense that probably makes no sense. But, you know, when has that stopped me ever before? Should also zoom in and haul those off here and those out of here. Because I'm thinking is basically making a long hallway that goes out to like this far, and then put like a little bit of a room around here. That the inside will have doors, but the outside will just have, you know, good cover, like shooting lane kind of areas. So that what I could do is I could poke out the door, shoot at whatever's incoming. When they drop in, we close in, fall into that area. And then, you know, theoretically I could poke out a different extension to do, you know, repeat the process. Or if they chase us in, we'd have a defensive, like, choke point that we could hold them at. See how that works, because this is also concerning because it's right at the edge of the map. And we'll just see where all that works out for us. Alright, bills, add simple meals, do until you have 10. Cool. Alright. Complex furniture and skip abduction. And I think we're going to use skip abduction as our primary recruiting strategy. We're just going to kidnap our enemies from everywhere on the map until all of our enemies are us. Obviously, it doesn't work that way. We take someone in the game, just magics new people into existence. Honestly, give me that. Let's just over plan our cotton right now, so I have lots of stuff for clothes. We can also go in here. I'll wait till we have our production room made. I think this will be our production room up here. Hide in room because you ate raw food. Jaywalker has a breakthrough studying the monolith. He believes the monolith is a conduit for psychic energy connecting some distant location. However, he is unsure where or what it connects to. Jaywalker is convinced by studying the anomalous entities He can find a way to close the conduit or learn how to harness its power. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Excellent. It does make me curious as after you finish the whole monolith event, if there's a way to effectively redo it to start the process over to get multiple characters set up with the whole ridiculous power it gives you. Or silly stuff it gives you. That could be an interesting thing to see how much you could abuse that. For like the forever colony of just getting them stronger and stronger and stronger. Vagabonds seek charity. They would like silver. Well, fine. With as much awful as the game has thrown at me so far, it's only fair it gives me something good. So if you could just send me a Masterwork Zeus Hammer, we'll call it even. I'll even settle for a Masterwork or Legendary Machine Gun. I think that would be fair. The start of this run is completely cursed. Like, it's better now, but the start of this run, completely cursed. There we go. Well, that plant cut is a much lower priority as well. I'm gonna go on a likely necessity here. Fiber corn. That's just gonna be a thing. We're probably just gonna need to make fiber corn something we grow. It's really poor efficiency for effort to wood. But if they've got the bandwidth, do that. Ambrosia sprout. Cool. So far, our food is holding up for the moment. I think we might be out of the woods here. Where I don't have to sit here and like send my people off hunting and all that. Yeah, let's make sure. Just as a triple check. Yeah, we'll see if those have roof tiles or not. All right. I kind of liking this weird pod design where it's like this main corridor with large rooms and then like the little branching pods. And then like I said, I could put like narrow hallways in between. We'll probably make areas that we can get to these in-between areas for whatever the heck I decide to put out there. Like those would be good spots for like putting like mortars and stuff like that. Probably not out there, but over here. Because we could put like mortars along the side so you'd, have your fighting spot, you'd have your people standing on your mortars. When the fight gets over here, they could run from the mortars over to join the fight, or retreat. I could deliberately put choke points in the base so that as they push through different areas, we could just draw them into our next firing lane. Oh yeah, if we make that the barracks, we'll leave the doors so they don't stay open. Oh, right. I don't have a construction or a mining person. They're part-timers. That's why that's happening. That's fine. We definitely have more farm than I should have there. I'm gonna regret that, but that's okay. We'll keep it going. Things will probably be fine, or they won't, and we'll figure it out as we get there. I guess for production going, even though we don't have this production room set up yet. Hey, Tonaro. How's it going? Good seeing you as well. Sorry, Tina Laro. My brain is trying to mash words together. Alright. Yeah, because what I'll do... so we've got 5 desperate nomads? I'm 2 inches into this game. 5? Alright, I mean, I guess we'll get work done. That is a lot of nomads. Yep, sure. So, they are... all adults, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. I'm gonna end up regretting that. Honestly, you are really good at a lot of things. So you're a hauling and cooking person. You're not gonna cook or hunt, but you will mine. All right. Man, they're like all doctors too. And you will help research as well. And all of them will have 4 for plant cut, 4 for mine, and we'll leave it at that. Okay, that is a lot of refugees. Very eclectic group too. Got a whole bunch of xenotypes represented in that group. Are there any we really want? I mean, honestly, the genie. Wake Up Addiction is pretty rough, but I'd take them. The Yatkin I'm not too excited about. That's pretty rough. The Hussar I probably wouldn't take. The other Hussar I probably wouldn't take. So the Genio I'd probably take. The other 4 I would probably say no, because like the Hussars I don't have a source of what they need to live. So they would just be here for a while and then die. So definitely not an ideal one. And then the Yakin wasn't particularly good, neither was the Pigman. We're gonna be here for 10 days, which is honestly a decent amount of time. Join offer on Hummingbird, who is the genie who I said I would take. Heck yeah. Welcome to the team. I don't have a real weapon for you right now, so go ahead and take that club. We'll go ahead and get crafting, shred mechs forever. Do that forever. We will add war masks, tribal clothing, and bow. And for the time being, do until you have 1 of each at least Where am I? Why is this throwing me off? At least 80%. Do not waste good materials for this. And meanwhile, put the smoke leaf on the bottom. Okay. We'll check your schedule and all this other stuff. So Hummingbird now, we can go into your schedule.
Thank you Soul Adams for subscribing for 5 months. Solad2 honk, Solad2 honk.
Hey, Soul Adams, thank you so much for... Actually, let's take you off of... That's fine. Thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. You've been subbed to the channel for 5 months, and that's very generous of you to continue supporting the channel for that long. And I hope you have some advertising-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. At least quality of thing. Oh, you're talking about for here? So what I'm doing here is... Wait a second. Yeah, I've got that backwards. Thank you for catching. I was thinking, because normally it's where I'm setting to destroy them, that I'm saying that side. Basically, all I want to do is I want to set these up so that when it comes to the shirts that they consider, I only want them to consider ones that are good enough. Grab it with the shorthand of emotes, because you want to honk. Alright. That also means we need to go to you and start converting you. And let's see if we can trade. Alright, so take the Molotovs and take the club. And I'll take your small pile of silver. I need to cut down a tree because our stove is currently not functioning. Really? Blight already? Come on, game. Back off. Please prioritize the blight and don't cut down every tree on the map. Alright, all of you, down here. So supposedly this will auto-queue those to be cut, if I just leave it alone. Alright, I'm gonna have to go through, I'm gonna have to cancel where all these trees are gonna be cut. Because they're focusing on cutting the trees and not the blight. And I don't want to deal with the zoning nonsense. And I really wish they would just treat blight like it's fire. Because it's at kind of that same level. Okay, get your butts out here. So the problem is I don't want to have to go on their schedule and change it to work. I don't like that micro. I want there to be a button in the base game where I say, cut blight, and it's done. They just work on it till it's done or they collapse from exhaustion. It's fine. I'm just gonna let them sleep. It's gonna get worse. I'm not gonna micro it. I don't like that micro. It's always annoyed me. It's not fun, it's not meaningful. Just let me right-click, cut all, and they just work on it. Okay, they're gonna prepare. That's fine. Please wake up. Please get to work. Yeah, so I was told it would auto-queue up the other ones to cut all the blight, which is what I did. That clearly did not happen. Or if it does, it's so slow it's useless. What is happening right now that I'm literally getting overlapping events even? Like something is straight up scuffed with this run. Hey, all of you, to the front. Why are you doing that? I have plant. Oh, because you do have those as one. That's normally the reason I don't keep those as one. Honestly, you three don't need to be involved. Just keep cutting plants. Because we get around that corner just in time to just smash everyone onto him. Stop running. You better stay down, right? Yeah, you're good. Alright. Okay, so Blight's dealt with. It of course targeted my corn, which is the one that takes the longest to grow. I didn't even look at you. You honestly weren't a bad pawn, but I probably let you lay there way too long for it to matter. Okay. Oh, wait, get over there. Take the clothes off. That's good clothes. No, stay alive a few more seconds. I need that flak. Okay, crisis averted. Give me that. All of that is good stuff. Normally they show up with, like, terrible stuff, so having someone show up and actually have, like, a flak vest at this level in the game and all that is not expected. Okay. Alright, go grab your bow. Get your upgrade. I'm not gonna worry about art at all right now. Okay. Ugly environment, recreation unfulfilled. That's fine, you can take care of that, it's on the schedule. Yep, so there's no ceiling there, so I can just choose zone, ignore ceiling. Yeah, so it seems like what's happened is I have prioritized too many people to be able to do the mining. Let's take the mining off their queue a bit more. So I get more plant cut in there. I'll leave these two with it, because that's where I'm thinking they fit in, as they will switch between crafting and all that. Actually with that, I really just need to get a dedicated person who can do construction and or mining. But that's okay, we're early game, we're gonna have holes in there. As long as things are getting done, it doesn't really matter. Darkness, minor pain from your scars. That's okay. Where is the psychic tree, by the way? It's probably going to be opposite side of the map, knowing my luck. Oh, that's actually not bad. It's close to the edge of the map, which is a little risky. But it being right down here does mean if we go and expand our base around here, we could just put a branch out to that spot too. Complex furniture. Okay, next up we'll do complex clothing. And then after complex clothing, we will go for stone cutting. So production. Alright, complex furniture. My mind went to, like, tailoring. Okay. So with that, we're going to go down here to furniture. Actually do it like this. All right. Yeah, so we got the two people who can do construction, all that. Yeah, no, we have early frags. That's definitely something. I usually don't use frags because I end up destroying the loot I really want almost as much as anything else. Sending Cookie, go grab that so you're not using the Pila anymore. What are you all mad about? Ravenously hungry. We have a bunch of meals. That's on you. And you're ready to do this. Also, complex furniture, ideology. We'll have to wait till we have wood. Right, because I undid all the tree cutting. Because they're prioritizing the trees over all the other stuff. Alright, we're getting there. The good news is Draconic's getting really good with the planting already. So it's really picking up the speed. So we should be good on food other than, like, again, if we burn down a whole bunch of stuff. We're definitely going to want to get the stone cutting early as well, just because we're thinking there. Let's see, you keep thinking about this, but can tribals even study anomalies? Yeah. You just go to that thing and you study it. Now, taking the entities and securing them, you can. With this holding spot, it's terrible. So, Kyoan began to fixate on the Void and wishes to investigate it using Void Provocation Ritual. Use the Void Provocation Ritual to discover, capture entities. Captured entities can be studied to complete anomaly research projects or connected to Barophyte Harvester to generate Barophyte. The Psychic Ritual, yada yada yada. I'm not gonna do that. Let's see, why did you think you need entities to say? I mean, it helps. It makes it go faster. Meanwhile, we got our genie here. So who gets to be our genie? That'll be Soul Adams. You know what you're gonna do? You're gonna do research. All right. So we are finally getting some more wood. Yeah, 100% rigged. Yep. That is what is implied. Meanwhile, let's go here and grab the dresser. That's more than I need, but I'm gonna put it that way. And we'll just make barracks of this nature. And even though I should also wait on this, I'm gonna go ahead and tell him to put floor here, because they're gonna get all whiny about it if I don't put floor. And we're just gonna keep we're gonna keep using our wood way faster than going that. It says, do you think the scripting tab would be too complex for the average player? If there's ability to pawn micromanage, do you think you put together functions for them to prioritize? If you mean scripting, like being able to like write some kind of code that says if this then that, I don't think it's a good game for it, unfortunately. I do feel like that would solve problems, but I do feel like there's certain events that I do think there should be overriding behavior for. Like for example, where we had plant cut 1 and blight, and the blight was marked to cut, the game should be smart enough to prioritize cutting the blight over everything. Because like genuinely, blight is like fire levels of dangerous, that it could wipe out your entire food supply. So it's just my personal opinion that with like blight, I mean honestly, not even that. Honestly, I should be able to take this, there should be blight, I should be able to right click on a blight and say, cut all blight. And then the character just keeps running around cutting blight until either the blight runs out, they exhaust, or like, you know, some other thing prevents them from being able to proceed. Yeah, that's why the auto cut blight mod is so good. Yeah, there was actually times I disabled blight because I got so annoyed. Even though I actually like the blight event, I think it's a good event that if you do like I'm doing here, which is you jam all of your crops together in one spot, it can be dangerous. Versus like if you have like a patch here and then a patch here and then a patch here kind of thing, blight is irrelevant. So it can kind of pressure you into doing stuff. That's for a good while. I haven't done it in a while. What I used to do for a little bit, where's orders? Is I used to sit there and I'd have like one thing here, I'd have a path in between it. I think I can't remember if I made the path like 3 or 4 wide, but I'd do it like this for my fields. And, you know, I'd make the fields larger or whatever. And then the reason I'd do that is then whether it was blight or fire or whatever, I would lose one section if I just, you know, let it go. And it was, you know, pretty effective. Because it meant I didn't have to prioritize dealing with the fire or the blight or anything like that. You could just be like, that field's gone, and then clean it up as you had time. All right. Yep, so we got a bedrooms going here. Alright, so next will be stone cutting after complex clothing. You know what reason I did it in that order is I'm a little worried about, you know, when winter gets here, if I don't have the complex clothing sorted, that could be a problem. Versus once I get the stone cutting, it actually takes me a little while before I have enough of it done to be able to like build out a room. And part of that is just it takes a crafter a while to work on it. All right. Yeah, it's rich soil, so we'll leave that alone for right now. If I want to continue this like bizarre design I have for a base, the grow spa is actually in a bad position for it, but I think I'm just going to not worry about that and just when I get air conditioning and electricity, that's when I'm going to have to be like, okay, now it's time to go and move stuff around to be better. Because without being able to preserve it so much, that's going to just go to garbage. Yeah, so you're dealing with a whole bunch of things. Insulting spree due to mediocre barracks. Please stop insulting my people. I will kill you. Okay, yeah, you can insult your own people. That's fine by me. Stone cutting. Alright. So after stone cutting, let's go ahead and get the passive cooler. No, let's skip that. I'm going to regret if I don't get it. I'm going to go ahead and get the tree sowing. So that way I can get rid of the fiber corn, be able to know I'm going to get more trees and not have to have a big headache about it. We'll go production, stone cutting table, furniture, chair. And I need to get light in there eventually. It's still not enclosed, so the light becomes kind of irrelevant. Okay. Excellent. That is the outcome I would have liked more than anything else. The two of you fight each other so that I don't have to deal with your baggage. Panther sitting. You want me to watch 2 panthers for 19 days. I'll wait to do that because we're basically out of food. And I'll need to deal with that here in a second. But we should be getting more anytime now. That's because we lost our highest yield crop, the corn. If we would just get that grown, it'd be good. I'm expanding it to cover more of the rich soil. Alright. That's about to be ready, so we just gotta carry for a couple more seconds. And then we'll be good because, yeah, there we go. Now get the next thing grown. Alright, tailoring workbench. Let's go ahead and we will start with pants, because that's the one that has the worst debuff. Make sure you're at least at 80% quality. We will want a shirt. Same deal. Go and get a duster. Actually, what is the lab coats installation? Let's do a comparison. So with the parka, you get 64.8 cold, you know, varying by materials. The duster, you get about 20 and some change either direction. And the lab coat, you get about 19 in either direction. But the lab coat does give you a research bonus. So I weirdly like the idea. Oh, I didn't even look at the defense side of it. So it's 7.2, 3.6, or yeah, it's just better. I'm gonna go with the duster. Duster's what we're gonna do. It is a shame they're so different though, because it'd kind of be nice to do that. Let's also actually not consider anything lower than normal. I usually don't do that. We'll just go for it. So we've got all those. What else can we add in here? Let's add the face masks, because those are very useful for a whole lot of things. Same deal. Because also I found if they're like lower than normal, they'll put it on, wear it for like 30 seconds, and a better one will show up, and they'll put the new one on. And then let's go ahead and get bowler hats. And that should handle our clothing for right now. Make a clothing setup specific for your researchers. I admittedly am just entirely too lazy to do that. It's pretty much all it boils down to. Is I am just a very lazy person, and I do not want to sit there and have to be like, all right, here's your assigned clothing. I'll sit there and do that with melee versus ranged when I get to the point of shield belts and that. Because I'll be like, okay, you know, ranged, you're the regular default one, no shield belts. Melee, you take the armor and all that. Alright. 2 more goes and we should have Soul Atoms converted. What is your deal? You're just not even like having major things, you're just not having very many positives. Yeah, I know, it's just always those things. Like, I talked about, like, the good versus bad micro. It's not the end of the world. Like, if I could save it between rounds and not have to do a mod, I would actually be okay if I could go where we have. Actually, let me check to see if this even is something. Yeah, if there was, like, a researcher one down here that basically meant they got a lab coat, and it was just a default one, I would be okay with taking the time to go to this one character, go to gear or wherever else and choose their assigned thing there. Meanwhile, let's actually go to our assignments. I don't even think I'm keeping Draconic. What was your stuff? Yeah, you're just melee for now because you're very passionate about melee. I usually don't like having too many melee. I mean, 2's fine. 2's a good amount. Like generally 3 for me is, unless I'm like a huge colony, 3 is about what I want. Alright, so I didn't look. What do we have on our tile? Limestone and marble. Well, it's not great for defenses, but that's fine. So, buildings get to be made out of limestone. Anything I want to take a hit. And then marble will deal with the rest. So we're going to have that go out to here. Yeah, marble is very good for appearance and beauty and stuff. So it's good to make a lot of stuff for that. It's terrible for taking a hit. But that's okay. I don't know if this is going to work any good. I think it's actually a bad idea what I'm doing here. But I'm down to try different things. This part of the reason I don't run like the 500% naked brutality kind of stuff is it really limits you from doing a lot of this experimentation. Just because, you know, if you're not doing something that's a very strong strategy, it ends up being a bad time. And there's a reason I'm doing that. So basically the idea is, we get in the fight, I have a defensive position that I can hit pretty much anywhere around here from. Now downside is I can't bottleneck them, that's the big limitation. But that's what these doors in here are for, so I could drop through, leave that door open, this becomes that. Do old killbox models not work with the new DLC? As well as they used to? They do have, certain killbox models got completely nerfed out, like, the thing, there was like ones that used pathing and all that. A lot of those got nerfed really hard where certain encounters just completely wreck them. And then there are other ones that, you know, are still fine. Like if you still have like a entry point with an open area behind it and some cover, that still works about as good as you remember. But, like the ones where you, like, really kind of put the whole array going in and shooting at a point, they've done stuff like they have certain enemies that when you kill them, they burst into a bunch of enemies. The singularity still work? That's what you always do? I haven't done it myself since the update. I have heard that singularity is one of the ones that doesn't work as well. Part of it is just there are new encounters that the kill boxes don't work as well. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Actually, let's do it this way. I'm gonna need 2 for the room until we have electricity anyways. Oh, and there actually is a lot of reason now to keep lights, especially fire, covering most of your base. I won't spoil the why it's important. I will simply say, you will regret it if you're doing anomaly stuff and you don't have it. You haven't bothered with the new DLC yet? You've been watching you and Warren do the suffering? Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so we're not doing Ship of the Stars this run. I'm not going to be doing the logging site. I'm not going to be hitting the nomads there. Oh, we still have the panther sitting as an option. Our food is stabilized. We don't have hardly any meat, but that's okay. And also I'm planning to go here, zone, build roof. Because that'll be considered an exterior space. The other one should be handled automatically. Yes, and the idea is when I'm shooting stuff that I want to put out shots everywhere and have better cover than they do, I think this will be fine. They'll get cover. We're going to have to deal with that. But when I want to bottleneck, I'll drop back here. And the reason I have these walls kind of inside here... Actually, let's get rid of these ones. But the reason I have these walls here is then when my people drop back to retreat to that point, they will tend to bottleneck at the doors, where it take an extra second to go through. And these walls should be positioned where anything outside trying to shoot in, you'll get the wall behind them so that they can kind of pile into these little areas here as they work their way through the door. We'll see how it works. I'm experimenting because, I don't know, I want to do something different. I really don't have a logical reason for it. I just want to do something different. Alright, so I was planning on originally making this something else, but I actually think I'll just make this another barracks. Let's wait to do that. We've got supplies. I'll wait to see about that one too. I'll wait till those are built to make sure we have range. I remember that. Yeah, not having funnel. Well, that's the idea. Is I think this is, to me, this is the funnel. Is we open that door and we run in, and then this becomes the funnel here. That's kind of my idea about it. This is not going to be an optimal kill box kind of thing. Like, this is a reverse kill box. We're the ones in the box. I don't know. I'm mostly going because cosmetically it looks interesting to me. But you don't have a range using the funnel. It's kind of just an escape route. Well, the idea would be when, like, because I can back in here right away. So, like, we sit here, we have a group, we go, oh, that's too much for me to really do stuff. I might have a couple people pop the shots, hold the door there, We get our melee line wherever we want to put a melee line, like right there. And then we can drop the range in here. Or we can kind of do that. Is a reverse kill box a death box? Probably. We're experimenting. We're doing stuff because we can. I just don't want to build the same base again and again and again. It's the whole reason I don't do the higher difficulties anymore, is I got tired of making what felt like the same base every other run. Which is unfair. Like, the positions of stuff get moved around. But you get where I'm going with that. There's a point where you're like, can I make that work? No. No, I can't. I was actually looking like, wait, can I make it work where I get that light machine gun? I don't think I can, because that only gives me 5 extra bucks. Well, actually, it's not even close. That's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna give him the grenades. I'll just leave it at that. I know I can buy more medicine, which is probably the correct move. But for right now, I'm just gonna take the money. Yeah, that's an escape route. I'm trying to go for... There's been base designs that literally the idea is... You get a point where you fight them, you have a way to slow them down, and then you drop back to the next point where you fight them, then you slow them down. You drop back to the next point, you fight them, you slow them down. I'm trying to go for something like that, I think is what I want to do. As opposed to, you know, the classic where you do this, like... Before the update, the kill box I would use is you'd have... You know, you're opening up here, and you just have, like... It's not like a trap maze, but just a make them take a longer time to walk around here maze kind of thing. Just to give you time to get your people into position. I know I'm actually blocking this. And then you have here, and depending on what weapons you have, you might go like 20, 30 tiles or whatever. And then I would do this. That's off by 1. Where what these would be is these would be actual walls. Honestly, actually, I'd probably do it that way for the middle set. But those would be actual walls, and then you have barricades in between them. And what would happen is whoever came in through here, everyone could kind of fire in, and if people managed to get farther, the farther back group would get it. So you had kind of like 2 rows of shooting lanes. They worked really well. Alright, they left us a dread leather cloak. The singularity is beautiful because you can chain like 4 in a row with very minimal space usage. Unless it's been gutted, which you wouldn't know. I haven't used it since, but I had heard that singularity was one of the kill box strategies that got hit pretty hard by just, like I said, it's not... My understanding is they didn't nerf it, like go to it and mechanically break it. My understanding is it got gutted because the new encounters have changed the way they work, such that it puts you at a disadvantage against a lot of particular encounters. That's my understanding. I haven't looked at. I gotta remind myself the singularity strategy, because I don't know them by their fancy names. I just know the different strategies I've used. Jaywalker's progress studying the monolith. The structure connects normal space to the void. The dimension is hidden in the substructure of space-time. Some powerful mind in the void is leaking influence into our reality. Jaywalker wants to study the monolith farther to learn more. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Yay! It's probably okay. Alright, so we got tree sowing. Okay, so after tree sowing, I think it's time for us to get electricity. And the only reason I prioritize that is we're going to go to... Come on. Come on. There we go. Don't allow sowing, so they harvest that. And what we'll start to do is I'm honestly going to mess with the idea of filling in the gaps here with the tree sowing. It's not a good idea. Most of the stuff I'm doing here because I feel like it for aesthetic reasons. We'll do poplar because it grows faster. Oh, don't do that. That's a terrible idea. That's literally going to be giving them cover. So delete that zone. We'll go over here. And for right now, And don't put the entity corpses or human-like corpses there. And don't allow rot. Okay, so what we'll do is for right now... is that's where the poplar trees will be. And this will go away after a while. Quest completed. Hummingbird Nomad. Do we actually... we have the Panther sitting one. Let's accept that for the goodwill. And you don't have any health things. Cool. In that case, we're just going to go ahead and say animal sitting spots. Tuck them in there. Yeah, you've done some reading, and I guess the kill box is still nice to have against non-anomaly raids, just as before. Yeah. There's a lot of, like, the anomaly stuff is the issue, is that they, a lot, it's not even that the kill boxes are, like, straight up wrong. I mean, even nowadays, or even before, with the kill boxes, a lot of times if you're getting into late game, you'd have, like, one kill box that is your, like, I'm going to be dealing with a big open ranged group and or mixed group, and then you'd have a separate style of kill box that's like, I'm going to be dealing with a melee only group, that depending on what you're encountering, or a group who's going to bring ordnance to the table, that you could kind of go one of, like, have two different kill boxes on your base that you'd, you know, toggle the doors and be like, hey, this type of threat, I want you to come here. So when you get a Manhunter pack of, like, 80 animals where it's like, no, I just need to endure and bottleneck them as much as possible, let's do that. Versus, okay, this is something I don't want to be on top of them. Like, if you have an Impid raid, you don't want to be right on top of an Impid raid because you're just going to blast fire across your whole group. And you get to watch your people scatter in all directions and go, well, rip me. Alright. Yeah, it's one of ours still. Interesting they haven't built those ones yet. Oh, this door can be held open here. There's no reason for that door to close. But yeah. No, I do like the idea, though, about having, okay, this threat, you're going to be better suited to use this type of thing to fight it. We don't want to do the fine stone. Let's just do regular marble floors. Well, do we want to do regular marble floors, or do we want to save our material and do, like, the really heckin' fancy... Let's do regular limestone floors here. Because, alright, now let's do regular marble floors. Because we're not going to have nearly enough material to do, like, the really fancy one. As you can see, even that is going to completely deplete the marble we've got at the moment. When we get drills and all that, we can be far more wasteful on our material. But, like, the really fancy floors, a room like that would have been, like, 3,000 marble or some ridiculous nonsense. Okay. Oh, I need to go in here as well. I'll deal with Shamblers in a moment. Like, I also know for a fact that literally filling the room solid with shelves as opposed to doing what I'm doing right now is actually a better strategy. And the big reason for that is you only take the movement speed penalty when you walk on the shelf to begin with. So what I'm doing here doesn't help you at all. But hear me out. I don't like the way it looks. So I'm going to do it the way I want to. Here, we can go over here and put little teeny tiny shelves here. Alright, so Shamblers approach. We've got 4 of them. Fair enough. Let's go murder the crap out of some Shamblers. Get you in front. I dislike when enemies do just kind of walk past your range. It's fine. Alright, so we're instantly rotting, so let's deal with that fast. Because we're getting lung rot real fast. Okay, how badly do you get nicked up? Not bad. See if we can't just bait you. No, you don't care. That's fine. Alright, no problem. So we only got one person hit a little bit. That'll be fine. 2 scratches. Decent torso damage is 17 damage to torso right in those opening hits. Alright, we don't have a dedicated hospital yet. We'll definitely want to get those. Alright, and who is our doctor? You are. Get to that right away so we can hopefully prevent some infections. If we get them, we get them. Alright. So you are upset because you observed some corpses. Look. That's gonna happen a lot, friend. That's gonna happen a lot. Just saying. Food binge on you, that's fine. Beautiful fire. Interesting. 8 without table. Oh, right, because they're all sitting out there. Slept in the ground and all that. Oh, I forgot to pick these up. I'm being dumb. You know what, the heck with it. They'll get disturbed sleep, but go sleep in the actual bedrooms, please. Leave this room. Like, this isn't intended to be a long-term production room, but it's kind of becoming one. Just for now. We can definitely move you to be in here. And who else were we converting? We were converting you. .6 left, basically. That's fine. We'll get there. Okay, so I still need to decide how I want to deal with the fridge and all that in long term. Like, we're not building it yet, but I'll need to decide on what I am going to do with it. I just have random bits of steel there. That's cool. Heat wave? No. That would potentially kill us, actually. Oh, and I totally forgot about that, so we don't have enough time to make it anyways. That's fine. I got enough stuff we're working on. We're still trying to get all our clothes figured out. So it's not a big deal. And construction and all that is a secondary priority after crafting. So good news, I do have basically 2 people are trading off crafting. So once they get clothes stuff, they'll get more construction done. They're just filling in the meantime. That's going to be a problem we're going to basically run into pretty close to perpetually until we get another recruit or 2 in here. Do we have any romantic candidates here? Basically, not a chance. Very low chance. Terrible. Really high chance. Okay. Why did it suddenly go from... It was at 40 a second ago. Oh, because literally you just tried to hit on each other. I understand. I was gonna be like 40, it's like, okay. That's an easy one. So we can also go here now and... put 2 dressers in there as well. Okay. Yeah, once we get caught up with the clothes, then there'll be only the stone cutting bench for crafting, and we'll have someone who will drop back into doing construction and mining and that again. Which we should be making decent progress at. Yeah, so we're down to dusters. Disease malaria. Oh, right, you have wake-up addiction. I forgot about that. Let's not have you tend to anyone else. Who is the other one? Roots? Who is our other doctor? Never mind. Good luck. We should also go to our assignments. You need to be on no drugs because you're a teetotaler. Did you get up? Okay. That's not great. We're not doing the deserter. That's fine. I'm not gonna bother with that. Sightseer revealed. So yeah, this is the reason why. I mean, this actually isn't a good example. I was gonna say this is one of the reasons you want the fire. Is the fire will reveal those. So hold the door. And then you drop back here. All the range drop in behind it. Because you should have enough time to rally most of the people. Alright. And sorted. Okay. For how incredibly rough the first, 5 minutes of the run was, it does feel like it finally calmed down. Can I actually look at that? Oh, colonist mood? Oh, that's interesting. It is interesting that... So it's only showing the enemy raids here. It's not showing... Well, it's showing the Shambler Storm, but it's not showing all the other ones. Only some of the anomaly stuff seems to appear on that list. You know why I bet you that is? I bet you it's for stuff like the Sight Stealers. you could potentially just play the game with this up, and you'd see the red dot appear, and even then, before you knew you had one there, you would know you have the threat on the map. Why are you out doing... Oh, right, I see. I understand. Because I have the bed rest on lower. They're working. Go back to bed, please. I don't want you to die. Yeah, so you're losing to your malaria. You're barely losing to your malaria. I need you to go to bed. As soon as we get the pre-heal, we'll try using it on Jaywalker. I'm not going to be able to use it on both in time. I also don't have a Glitter World or anything like that to make things better. Okay, you're ever so slightly winning against your malaria now. Yeah, so Jaywalker's the one who needs to get that. In a big way. If we have time. And that's not having good medicine. And having... I mean, honestly, a decent doctor, but the problem is the decent doctor is the one with the malaria. It's literally our doctors. That's what happened, is both our doctors, and only our doctors, got malaria. It's RimWorld being RimWorld. Yep, so you're gonna go tend them. Give me a good tend. That's not a good tend. Oh, you were self-tending? Stop it. Well, that may have just made it so I've got two people losing that I now have to decide between. Oh, no, you got enough of a lead. You might be okay. You're gonna lose some ground with a 1.9% tend. Alright, come on. Bulk goods. Cargo pods. Alright, well there's Hemogen. Okay, get over here. And have a couple units of Glitter World. I don't need much, just like 2. Give me 2 glitter, we're good. Do you have any medicine to speak of at all? None. Not a single unit. Thanks, man. You're real helping me on this one. Take that book. You take the slice cap. Take our worn clothes that I'm not going to use anymore. Take our scraps of fur. Well, that sucks. Cool. Great. Not a single unit. Oh, you're apparently reading that right now. You could not wait. Where did... I just realized you are the other one.
Take a sip.
Well,
What's the worst that could happen?
that's bad, because that means Jaywalker's almost certainly dead. Hey, Chaotic Awesome, how's it going? Alright, well, Groots, the moment you finish doing this, I'm gonna preach health you. That's a good 10. That is a good 10 there, Groots. I need you to get, like, 1,000 times better, though. Alright, so what we're gonna do is preach health Groots. Because you can't preach health yourself. With the hope that we can get Groots to be enough ahead on the immunity. Wait, what? Do we have a third person with malaria this whole time? What is going on right now? Oh, okay. Right. Okay, so it wasn't my 2 doctors. It's one of my doctors. The other doctor has wake-up addiction because that's what they started with. Okay. So I do think we're probably dead here. Like, so far as Jaywalker's probably dead. Because we're behind by 7%. The traders didn't have any medicine. Jaywalker couldn't preach health themselves. And even if I passed the title, I'm pretty sure you can't just ping-pong the title real fast to do that. I probably would have had to do that right at the beginning. I don't have to worry about that. And that's just early game, not having particularly great doctors available, and not having good medicine, and getting slapped by malaria. It's pretty rough. I was really hoping it's gonna say Glitter World. I think you're actually catching up a little, but it's gonna be just way too little, way too late. Unless he manages to somehow get, like, a 90 or whatever % tend right here at the end. It's gonna be just too little, too late. I need you to have an amazing 10 tier. I want to see like 80% or higher. That's a 0%. That is a very dead Jaywalker. That is a straight up murder Jaywalker right there. That is so past doomed. Just drop your stuff. You're not gonna need it. It won't matter. A 0% tend when you're like 6-7% high behind, and you're only gonna get you're probably not getting one more tend out of this. They're dead. They're super dead. Okay, so what do you do here? Let's look at our roster. You are our only person who had any social to speak of. And you missed converting them by 1 conversion. Literally, if I would have used the conversion instead, we would have been better off. Please rescue them. We already have disease that we're dealing with. Get in line. Yeah, no, you're behind by 12%. And there's no way we can preserve the body or resurrect you or anything, so you get to feed the trees. You put on new clothes? Oh, I totally missed that. It's fine. It's not a big deal, it's just very much being like, oh, this character's out. So that sucks. Who has the next highest social? Because it's gonna be literally like everyone's got terrible social. I think it was you with 2 social. Ah, yeah, that'll work. You're all over your malaria? Good. Social, assign, moral guide, do it. Because otherwise everyone's get all mad that we don't have that role. And I'm hoping I can turn at least convert soul atoms pretty soon. Yeah, because we still keep a cooldown. You can't use that to cheese the cooldown. Alright. So what did we lose out of our thing? We still have our cook. Who also is our animal handler. We've got our person who grows stuff. We've got our researcher. We've got our crafters. And then we didn't really have a construction mining person. What did you do? Oh, you were our hauling person. Who was our great memory tough character. Of course the great memory tough character would be the one to die to flu. Well, never mind. I won't have to worry about conversion. They took care of it. Yeah, kind of happy to have a good pawn, but hardly pay attention to this game because autism things. Yeah. It is one of those things, though, like, RimWorld can be a real jerk sometimes. And this just happened to be one of those cases where RimWorld's like, ah, I see there. You have a relatively good pawn. It would be most unfortunate if you didn't have that anymore. And you're like, thanks, RimWorld. I appreciate you. Convert to fertilizer? Pretty much. The only reason I'm doing this is this process of the body's really fast, and we don't have what we need to deal with that. So we're just basically getting rid of the corpse as fast as possible so they're not complaining about, like, unburied colonists and all that. That's what you want to clone everyone? I do like the cloning mechanic. I do hope we get that opportunity we had the last time where I could clone them and cure the negative with the problem with being a clone. That would be a lot of fun to just get a colony, like get one solid pawn and just make the entire colony that pawn. How are we doing on the research? So we're getting pretty close to skip abduction. Okay, so you're done with this zone, so go and get rid of that. That's where we had the fiber corn, but now we can plant trees. We're just not going to fiber corn anymore. Now we're just dealing with crafting versus construction, just not have that. Like I said, I'm not super worried. We're just making more and more clothes. It'll be fine. Let's actually grab one of you real fast. Build the shelf. So that way they actually stack stuff. And also, storage. No blocks. And storage. Blocks. So that way they don't lay all this crap here. Oh, and also storage. For raw materials. No steel or uranium. The rest can stay in there. And storage out here. Steel and uranium. So that way this isn't getting full of that. Like, wood is also one... Actually, let's get ahead of wood, too. That'll be another one that'll be a problem. I don't care about wood rotting. It takes so long to rot, you usually don't care. So let's see. Who's at the worst? So Groot's is at the worst for a break, so there's no point in me doing the, console, because they can't console themselves. Alright. And how long do I have the Panthers for? 10 more days. I'm not going to hit their silver spot. So we're good here. Cool. We're starting to get some shelves put up, so that's good news. We do have a book that... So good news is that book we have does give us social. So that's at least something. Because it does mean over time, I should be able to like trickle gain social. We'll put it right at the end of the table. Sad wander due to wake-up withdrawal. That's the reasons why we had problems, is our new doctor is a recovering wake-up addict. So we are working on it. They'll get there. But it did mean where I needed them to really have some solid 10s because we were using crappy medicine. They did not deliver. I'll also need to go through the shelves and tell them to not accept block and all that. But I'll wait till we have the shelves actually built before we worry about that too much. Alright. Cool. That's fine. Yeah, so we've got all our clothes made. So now it's just... Timeless 1. A teenager is approaching the colony. He has a strange air of confidence about him. He wants to talk. You could send a colonist to hear what he has to say. Okay. What are you going to be? Because this is always the ones that they have, like, a secret they're not telling you and some ridiculous bonus. Mangle, barely more than a child, but in his thoughtful eyes you sense an ancient wisdom. When he speaks, the words seem to come from an unnatural knowledge of endless time. He says that the stars brought him here to fulfill his destiny. He wants to stay with you and help. Mangle claims to be gifted with the dark art of animating dead flesh. He can turn corpses into hideous flesh beasts. He may be very useful, but you sense there's something that Mangle is not telling you. Yes. I will take this person. You are a body modder. And yeah. Shape flesh. Induce a dark architect to reconfigure a corpse into a horrendous flesh beast. The flesh beast will be hostile to all humans, including the one that created it. Is there a range to that? Oh, that's actually kind of fun in a very cursed sort of way. I can get behind that, because then the idea is, if you manage to, like, knock down someone in the middle of, like, a group of enemies right at the beginning, you flesh beast them real fast, and now they have an enemy, like, right in the middle of their group to distract them for a couple of seconds. We'll have you handle and hunt. And congratulations, you're a new hauling person. Okay, so this gets to be... Tina... Lauro. Cool. Schedule should be all fine. We will need to convert you to our ideology. Let's get to that. Actually, we can do a conversion ritual. Honestly, that could be worse. We got about 60% chance of a positive outcome. Now, if we could just instantly get a masterful and just be over with it, that'd be swell. Effective, I'll take it. It was 36%. That's certainly nothing to be unhappy about. Oh, hey, let's deprioritize hunting on you. We're pretty okay there. I'd rather you just run around and haul and clean and all that, because I have needed those services now. Alright, so bear with me for a moment, chat. I need to use the restroom. So thanks so much for tuning in, and I will be back here in just a minute. Hey, Aluminium. Let's see, Minimum. Welcome to the stream and all that. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, so thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. And... okay, we just need a screenshot. We've got all the different crops, so you just double check. We got carrots, boom. Sunflowers, boom. Potatoes, boom. Wheat, there. Cattail, here. And Spaddock, there. So that's all of them. So we can go on to the list and get those wiped out, so cool, cool. So objective text there. And... oh crap, I didn't see you. That was a back hit. No! No! I didn't see the zombie over all the bodies. Our run is over. That's a bite. That is not the way to go. I looked away for 1 second. That's Project Zomboid. One mistake is all it takes. There were so many bodies, I looked... so prisoner, begin converting them. So let's see. They're a tough child. And they want to be in the mines. Alright. That thematically fits this in a very uncomfortable sort of way. What'd be really nasty is I can actually fit one more of these wands in down here. And that should be doable. I think we also might get rid of the robot toy in time. If you get rid of the mana stone, you might not get 5 mana or 5 mana charges. I don't need 5 mana. I need 3. That's all I need is 5 or 3 here. Nothing else I have uses mana. Alright, and I am back. I didn't realize we had that clip of what I believe that's Backpack Arrow. I need to go through and clean up a lot of those clips. Like, I keep trying to go back through. There's some type of priority when you're, like, looking through clips chronologically that even when you say all clips, it seems like I don't get all the clips. I can provide you with mana. Hey, Mana! How's it going? I was lurking a little bit on your farm sim earlier today. So I hope you're having a good one with that. But it's good popping in. Can I get a shout out for the OG Mana? If possible. Because for those who don't know, the OG Mana, fantastic content creator on the platform, primarily plays simulation-style games. So if you're into stuff like Farm Sim, SnowRunner, those kind of games, you'll find it over there. So definitely got all that stuff. Let's see, you've been getting a lot more random clips recently? Yes, so I actually changed the setup of the thing that I've been doing the clips, because it had gotten itself set to only show, it was like the top 100 clips or whatever, the channel for any time. But just the nature of the way they calculate it just favors newer over older, which isn't necessarily bad. But what it means is a clip that's fallen off for just a little bit gets dropped by it. And so I do want to try and get like some of the older good clips. That said, it also brings back that some of the old clips are like, oh, that's not a really good clip, is it? So that's just cleanup I gotta do, which is totally fine. Because if I can keep up with that. Gore Hulk Assault. A group of monstrous human-like abominations are attacking. Their bodies are ravaged with thick keratin spines, which they can launch at a distance. However, their fleshy forms can do little damage at close range. Okay, that's fine. We'll just wait for you to get over here. And then I am going to stab the crap out of you. Oh, are you just... That's fine. Wait for it. Go for it. Alright, and make it stay dead. Yeah, so you end up getting a little nicked up, but that's okay. There we go. Hey, FG, how's it going? Can I also get a shout out for FG Squared? Good to see you. I missed you having fun with the murder ball. See, I don't get up to as much shenanigans as you did in my colony. For those who don't know, FG Squared, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Been playing Anomaly as well. But definitely good times over there. It's the channel I go to more than any other channel after I wrap up stream. Alright, so we have completed the study of the monolith, the structure in the conduit, and links to the void. The reality is hidden under every point of space, or hidden under every point in space-time. The void is inhabited by a vast machine intelligence of terrifying complexity that surges with nightmarish, inhuman rage. Its influence creates horrors in our world. Awakening the monolith fully, open the conduit. With the conduit open, Soul Adams believes he could reach through the link and permanently close the conduit or find a way to harness its dark power. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. But, yeah, no, I saw you got the murder ball, which is my favorite one. I caught, like, I think it was the second deployment of it, where it went, and I think it murdered a bunch of your ducks or chickens, I think it was. I missed what happened, because I tried to catch the VOD, and I definitely saw you went from a lot of people to not a lot of people. And I missed where that transition occurred. You went down into the pit, you turned Angie, and there was so much death. Yeah, that was the pit killed more of my people than I think. Like, even though like 90% of it went super smooth, just like the last thing in the pit went very bad very fast for me. So it killed more of my colonists, not counting the end event, which I won't spoil. But that pit claimed more of that colony than anything else outside of the finale. You know, and then we arrested you, got you to rejoin, and then like an hour later went, oh yeah, thanks, I'm out of here, bye. Hey, man. You know how it is. It's RimWorld. To be fair, so we lost our colony earlier. I misplayed a siege and just ran right into some Yatkins and they just shredded. Straight up obliterated my colony. So that was me misplaying that in a bad way. I just saw the siege. I'm like, I have to go. I can't have them mortaring. I gotta go for it. And just misplayed how I dealt with it. But we started this run. And within 30 seconds of the start, hadn't even finished the first day, we had a pyromaniac who had a break and lit our farm on fire along with everything nearby. Revenants suck. There's nothing you could do if you don't have the right weapons. So, there are strategies I have figured out. I did, not with this colony, but with the last one, I did kill a Revenant with just the regular bows. No flares, no anything else. I did make it work. It was not a good time. It was rough, but I did make it work. So you can do it, but there is some shenanigans. So what I did is I brought my entire colony into what was going to be my freezer. So like they hypnotized the one. I think they hypnotized two before I realized like that's like, okay, I need to change my strategy. So I took every one I could and I had them sleeping and staying in what was going to be my freezer. That way everyone was bunched up in one spot. So when the Revenant came in, we piled on them. The other thing I started doing was let's pretend this is my freezer. The other thing I did is I put a piece of wall that was not built completely behind me and put half the colonists here and there. Revenant would come in through the doors. we'd start battling it, which, like, if it went down this way, one of these ones would run over, finish the wall, and we just do all the damage we could while they're hypnotizing. Now, the Revenant will break out of the room, but it will have to smash through the walls. And so I, like, double layered the walls in between the fights to just basically make a room to be like, hey, you're locked in here with me kind of thing. And with that, I damaged it enough that I had 2 melee pawns who literally would just run it down. And that's all I did, is I just kept a rotation of my pawns, where one of them was always chasing it, getting a whack in it on occasionally, and just kept chasing and chasing and chasing and chasing, and just, like, rotated people out. It still got down to 2 people, where it's just 2 people, I think it was like an axe and an equad, just, like, running around, like, slapping it one after the other until it finally died. The stupid thing has so much health. Did you, with the murder ball, when you unleashed it, did you bother to look at the murder ball's health by chance? That's something truly, truly terrifying. I want, as one of my goals, to kill the murder ball. Like, everything else about the run, everything else, is just set up with the only objective to kill the murder ball. Because that thing is absurd. The torso on the murder ball, like the shell piece, is 25,000 hit points. And I don't know what its resistance is, but I dropped it on a raid, and like, with guns and everything against it. And it demolished the raid in seconds and only took like 25 damage on its shell. And I was like, oh, you terrifying. I want to get to one of those, like, super late game raids of like 100 or 200 tribals and just drop the ball on it and be like, all right, let's see how far you can get. I expect the murder ball to win handily, but I want to see if they can get to like half health if they just all pile in and it has to take the time to like pick them off, a couple at a time. Or like getting to one of the end game events, like the finales, and just dropping the ball on the finale and just being like, we're over here in the corner, good luck. Please. I do think I know a way I can potentially, I think I can make like a bunker that is murder ball safe. I don't know if it is or isn't. It's an idea. I noticed the murder ball tries to teleport, but it can't share the same space as a pawn, from what I was seeing. I'm thinking if you made one by one lockers for people to hide in, that you could effectively have like the, oh crap, you push the button, everyone hides in their lockers and locks the doors, and the murder ball not being able to get line of sight on you and just hanging out nearby. I don't know if it works, so I haven't tested it. But I do kind of want to find an expendable pawn in a run and try it. Try the tried and true strategy of close yourself in the closet, head between legs, openly sob, and hope it goes away. Or just have an obnoxious number of animals to run around to keep it busy while your other colonists run the other way. But it's my favorite one, because it's such a powerful weapon that if you get like that siege raid, they're like, oh no, they're in cover, I can't do anything, like this siege raid is gonna end me, or oh no, that's just way too many enemies, that you could like literally just hit a button and be like, nope. Alright, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is, I haven't made an inside zone. I'm gonna snooze that ad for a second because this is about to be another violent thing. So we're gonna go ahead and make a new zone real fast that we're gonna call Area 1. It's gonna be inside here, and inside there, and inside here. Oh, another trick for the Revenant: fire your friend. Fire reveals the Revenant. Animals stay inside as well. So I'm thinking one of the things with the Revenants to be a strategy is, instead of the classic where you build your like your big wall around your base and you have all your doors everywhere, so, oh yeah, well I'm not talking about fire weapons, I'm talking like torches. So I'm honestly thinking that instead of having like the big base where you have like door here, door here, door here, door here, door there, kill box over here, limit your number of doors and put fire at the door. I haven't used it for a Revenant, but that's the reason I have like the torches everywhere. So somewhere on the map is one of those invisible guys zipping around. I'm gonna snooze that again, that's probably a mistake. So that's all I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's changing the way we design our bases. Cause like I did see that you hit the event where it gets dark, which the first time you get there is like, oh, you bad. The Noctils are mean. But now it's like, no, really, I want lights. I want all the lights. Give me the pretty lights. Yeah, no, it's not bad, but it's definitely like one of those ones. Oh, you got floodlights? Oh, I didn't have floodlights, so I had to sit there and put down the little lights. That said, I had flares, so I was sitting there just, you know, flare, walk to the next flare, walk to the next flare. That kind of thing. Alright, I think those things will open the door like the Revenants will, right? Actually, I've never tested. Maybe this isn't the strategy. Alright, let's let them back out. Because they should have arrived by now. But I'm guessing... Yeah, so it's waiting outside the door. So hold the door. Melee. Get there. Ranged. Fall back. Do this. Dude, that's fine. Cool, man. That's fair. If I see a spooky ghost thing, I might hide in my room too. That seems like a reasonable response to that. That didn't even... The Sightseers seem, honestly, of them, not just like the weaker ones, they seem a bit too weak. Just like the ones that shoot the spines. Both of those, they look intimidating, and then they show up and they just fall over dead. Let's see, you just had to make like 3 campfires to walk to last Spire thing? Yeah. Oh, those flare backpacks. Have you messed with the flare backpacks yet? They're good. I like them. I like them a lot. They have so much utility function. Oh. Yeah, there's a lot those flare backpacks do. You should try them. But the turret ones are glorious? Oh yeah, like the little mini turrets. I didn't get to use any of those to any meaningful effect. About the best I did was chucked a couple of them behind me when I was overrun at one point. They got destroyed real fast, but being able to toss something behind me that enemies would hit was good enough of a reason. But now the flare backpacks, very, very genuinely. You didn't see I researched the basic void ideology as slow as molasses? Oh yeah, no, the regular research. So I'm doing that to an extreme. We are ritualist. Where is our thing? We are ritualist with extreme slow and retribal. So regular research, not a good time. You played till 5,506 and only got microelectronics and geothermal done? Yeah. I was definitely at the end very behind in research as well. But I felt like a lot of the stuff you get in Anomaly makes up for it. Yeah, the books are also good. I like the books a lot. I also saw that you found the altar that lets you copy people. Did you experiment with that much? Because I found some ways to abuse that thing pretty good. I found a way to negate the negative. It's an RNG thing that you have to get to negate it, but you can negate the negative entirely, which is really fun. Apparently they give you a research speed of 100% of 18. Oh yeah, no, the books are powerful. Skip abduction. Yes. We'll just do this. For ethical reasons. Alright, so we're gonna need some place to keep people. Honestly, until this is done, we'll go ahead and make this the prison. Oh. Do you not have a door? No, you have a door. Oh, I'm being dumb and double-clicking. That's how that works. Prisoners. That's fine. Not quite. You're spiraling at that point. So when the duplication sickness came, you just sacrificed the copy in a ritual to mood boost. Excellent. Yeah, there's ways you can get rid of the sickness. And some of them are easy to repeat raise. When I won my run, we had 4 Eonex. No, actually, well, I mean, one of the Eonex died, but we had 4 Eonex. Which is one of my pawns that just was a versatile pawn. It feels like the kind of thing that... I'm not sure. It's rare enough of a setup that I could see them not nerfing it, but at the same time, being able to take a pawn that you've already juiced pretty good and just making more of them is really powerful. There's a lot to learn in the new DLC. Yeah, no, I just like it gives you a reason to do stuff that you just never had a reason before. Like, when were you like, let's wall torches up everything? Never. Why would you ever do that before? You just have people running around relighting them up all the time. But having a need for light and being able to reveal hidden things and all that is so amazing. I definitely excited. Like, I don't, like, genuinely, like, I don't give a crap about horror. SCP horror doesn't do anything for me. I actually tend to avoid it. Would you stop? You already killed my people with plague yesterday. We're on a regular tile. Man, that's 3. Did you get both my doctors? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see. That's doctor number 1. Why are you killing my doctors? Leave my doctors alone. Okay, so who are our doctors right now? So you're doing that. And you have the wake up addiction withdrawal, so you're gonna be terrible at everything. So Groot's is probably better off treating themselves, honestly. Ugh. Treat yourself, because someone 50% recovering from wake up addiction as a doctor is not gonna do you any favors. Please bandage yourself now. Get the other 2. There's a lot to learn without the DLC. And I'm gonna try to conserve the preach. Well, who is? What? Stop cloud watching. You have the plague. Go to bed. Alright, so... And you can't preach health yourself. That's just not how this works. Preach health soul atoms, so at least our other doctor has the best chance of making it. I'm being whittled down by plague. This just feels much more impactful than, say, like biotech, for example. Oh, yeah. I also like that, like, you don't have to turn it on and off. As long as you don't touch the temple, it mostly just stays out of the way. Like, you get to have some of the things that I have to deal with all the extra stuff. Well, at least I preached health you. Because that withdrawal is going to kill you. Alright, so Groot's twig is the tiniest bit behind in theirs. But yeah, no, I think of the DLCs there's been, I think this is the one I've been like the most, like, after I started playing it, that I've been most like, I want to see more. I want to do more. I want to see, like, when he did, like, they did the first one, like, encountering the next thing I hadn't seen yet, I was really excited for. And now that I've actually, like, encountered all of the base entities and all that, now I'm just like, okay, but now I want to see your immunity is suffering so badly because you're running around. I'm going to lose both my doctors. Tomorrow, even if the colony's not dead, we might be doing a new colony just because Cassie has been, like, weirdly hostile today. Like, genuinely, to give you an idea, within the first 4 days of the run, 4 days, we had a break immediately at the beginning of a pyromaniac burning down all our stuff. We had the sightseer, and we had the crawlers showed up. We had an insulting spree, which that spiraled into like 4 or 5, breaks. And so by day 5, it already had like 5 or 6 breaks. We had already had like 3 hostile encounters. I'm like, what are you doing, Cassie? Calm down. Soul Adams is gonna straight up die. Like, even with the Preach Health on there, is just handily losing. Because they've had that break. And then Groot's is surprisingly winning. Hopefully they get that one last tend off and it's a good one, because in a minute they're gonna go down because of Plague. And when that happens, there isn't gonna be anything they can do. Granted the murders and was only on Strive to Survive. Anomaly is hard. Yeah, no, that's this is only Strive to Survive as well. And like it's mostly come back, other than we're just getting wrecked by disease now. Like the other pawn we lost was to malaria, because again it hit our doctors. Okay, so you did get in bed. You're 2, like there's no saving you. Especially with the 0. Alright, so Soul Adams is dead. Let's just be honest. Soul Adams, later. Because being behind by 13 and having a 0% tend. So it looks like Root's Twig is actually going to make it, which I did not anticipate. And Sentient Cookie is not going to make it. So we're going to lose 2 people to this. Alright, so we're losing our second crafter and doctor. And we are losing our other crafter. Like, I'm fighting all these things, and I'm dying to plague and malaria because I'm on herbal medicine with one doctor who's got wake-up addiction recovery, wake-up addiction withdrawal, because that's what they arrived with. And then the other doctor was never good. Ah, yeah. So unless we have like a good recovery here, we might just mulligan this and do a new colony tomorrow. I actually was curious how this design, like this design would be terrible for the old raids. But I'm actually curious about having a point I could fire from that I could drop into and make it into a bottleneck. Granted, these need to be moved. Would work for a lot of the things. And I'm just getting killed by regular old disease in a temperate forest. And since I can't recover them, the trees will eat tonight. All shall be sacrificed to the tree. Skip abduction. Yeah, we don't have anyone who's got higher sensitivity. I don't have enough bioferrite. I was hoping I could get, if I had enough bioferrite from what I encountered, I could summon someone here, take them prisoner, and recruit them, and maybe undo a little bit of the damage we're going through. Who has the biggest negative mood modifier? You? Well, we'll console you on that tomorrow. Hey, Insane Spork, how's it going? But yeah, no, this is rough. Trying to do a tribal anomaly run is rough. I'm deliberately also choosing the lowest percent of research speed as possible. Because, I mean, that's what I'm going to do. This is the time the Revenant shows up where you just pack it in and you leave the tile. If a Revenant shows up now with 3 people, we just go, yeah, I'm out. Bye. Later. See ya. Alright, we're gonna change this so we don't get stuck doing this forever. Marble. And consumed by the trees. Set to 2,000. Alright. So that way, at least when they finish cutting a certain number of bricks, they'll just go on to construction and mining. Because that's the issue, is we started this run with no construction person or mining person, and we've just had a bunch of crafting people have been doing double duty. Did you try to convert me? We'll need to talk about that. Hosting a friend, a masterwork assault rifle. Yes. The answer is just yes. You had me at assault rifle. Going from stick with string to assault rifle, masterwork. I can work with that. We've got fire everywhere. Yeah, protect the meat-eating trees. It's important. Meanwhile, for you, not you, you, keep converting them. All right. And we're officially 1 colonist fewer than what we started with. It's always a good sign. Major break risk on you. Because your friend died, and your other friend died. And you're hungry and you're having a tough day. Oh, meanwhile, schedule, recreation, your whole schedule. You're a guest. I only care that your mood is in a good shape. Oh, man, that's so rough. Tantrum on Captain Brody because you are drowsy. Because they have fire everywhere. Thank you for breaking the bed. It helps. Yeah, the pyromaniac break right at the beginning sucked because it literally burned down like this whole third of the map over here. Because it was just like right at the beginning before I had a chance to do anything. It was the fastest I've ever seen a break happen in the game. Like the game started, I got like 1 or 2 tiles of building down and like maybe that much of the farm and just already had a pyromaniac break. I'm like, really? Come on. So it's been a cursed run from the start, but we keep not quite dying. All right. So we lost the only person we had good social. We lost her we lost our other doctor, and then the other doctor that we got. So we just have the one not good doctor. Cassie is just being a jerk today. Which is funny, because the previous run of the other difficulty, where I had a lot more base, a lot more wealth and all that, we weren't getting half as much grief for it. It's just like, at the end, it just suddenly escalated where everything went from fine to I had a raid of like 20-something Yat kids doing a siege raid. I was like, oh god. And just fell over dead to it in seconds, because I ran out after it and just didn't have myself close enough to an exit to run back to the exit when I angered them. So I had to just like stand and fight it, which is not the play. And then it's just like everything kept being escalated. I did notice with the events up here, a lot of the anomaly events don't mark up here, like the Gorehulk and the Swarm do. But like you'll notice we didn't have the Sightseers not up here. The Revenant doesn't show up here. So it makes it very misleading. They're like, oh man, I haven't had much going on. When in reality, you get a whole bunch up there. Like a whole bunch of actual events did happen in that time. Well, at least never mind, a researcher isn't alive. The researcher died in the researcher died of the malaria, and then the plague took our other doctor. So we're just gonna be in not a whole lot getting done for a while situation. Is there someone I can open up for research? So the problem is you're already splitting duty with that. Oh, I'm gonna regret this, but congratulations. Person who's bad at research, who I need to be hauling stuff. Guess what you're doing? Research. Because research stopping is not acceptable. Okay. I'm going to do something that's probably a bad idea. We're going to deliberately draw one of them to us. A 40% chance the evoker gets knocked out. Hey. Oh, temporary members can't work. Well, crap. Roll the dice. We're going to deliberately draw a threat to us. Because we can get some bioferrite, we can summon an enemy pawn to us to get ourselves a recruit. My luck, it'll be a Revenant, and we'll just, like, that'll be the end of it. There's no way this group could fight a Revenant. Okay. So hopefully we get a pretty mild threat. Like an obelisk would be nice. I could go for an obelisk. Do I actually have a warden? I do now. Ghoul attacking. Okay. I think a ghoul would be manageable. It sucks I did this in the rain. I didn't think that part through very well. Hey, Gecko. You're about to earn your keep, friend. Hey, Sid. Hey, Sid. Hey, Sid. There you go, that's right. You see the Gecko. It could save you money on your car insurance. Ah, the classic strategy. Get the thing mad, and just walk away. Okay, come on. Nicely done. And unfortunately, it didn't drop anything for us. I'm hoping for bioferrite. That's what I'm hoping for. That said, no dice. I probably need to make a containment room, really. With a containment room, I would potentially be able to hold one of them. Oh, I can't do the bioferrite extractor because I don't have electricity, which is what we're working on right now. So if we get that going, I could then add a proper containment room, do the bioferrite extractor. That'll give me a source of bioferrite, which then starts to open up equipment to potentially get myself a better footing. In the meantime, we have to try and research electricity with a 75% penalty to our research speed because of our ideology, and whatever the penalty is for being tribal to our ideology, on a researcher who has one intelligence. We literally just had disease plague. It's not even been a week. Something is not right with the way it's dice rolling these events. Like, it's one thing if I'm in tropical swamp, yeah, like getting just obliterated by disease is what you expect. Yeah, no, that's and I noticed this in 1.5 itself, that like I've been running into weird stuff where the storytellers are just weirdly active. So building a plane by rubbing rocks together, pretty much. That like I've just noticed like weirdly they just seem active. Not like even. No, you know, that's not fair. That's not fair for me to say for it's 1.5. I noticed it before that too. Oh, this is for the I totally forgot these ones were even here. Yeah, get in the shuttle. I don't remember what it's doing this for. Ah, a little bit of standings. Okay, I mean, that's fair. But, it was before 1.5, I actually had a clip that it was, like, in the course of one clip. Not even, like, a highlight, but one clip. It was, like, 4 negative events and 2 positive events happened with Cassie. And I was just like, what on earth is happening? Calm down. It's like, TTK can, you know, isn't this over the top? So it feels like there's something going on with the storyteller in the back that, there's like a cooldown or something isn't being respected, or there's like different timers that just the way they're implemented, you can get some weird overlap. Because like it's just go sometimes. Well, the other added thing is I'm working on researching the... One second. I'm working on researching the anomaly stuff, too. Oh, good. Well, why are you ravenously hungry? There's food. Oh. Well, and you're a plague person, so that's not going to help you much. Hopefully... I mean, you got a strong lead. And you have... Considering we're using tribal medicine on a terrible doctor, 50% tend is not the worst it could be. So you'll probably make it as long as it's not too ridiculously long you're running around out there. I'm still not thrilled by it, but you seem to be holding up okay. Because if this ends up being another death from plague and malaria, again, I understand if it's tropical rainforest or swamp where the rate of disease is extremely high, but if this ends up being another one in the course of like a season, I'm a bit salty. It wouldn't surprise me if there's been some bug introduced with the storyteller you know, doing stuff in like weird orders and all that, because I know they've had bugs like that in the past. Alright, so we're not going to tend it right away. We're going to let that 50% tend happen, because with them running around, my chance of getting another 50% tend, or, I mean, honestly, they're going to become immune here in a second anyway. Well, there's my doctor anyway, so it's not going to matter one way or the other. That's fine. They're going to be okay. So we'll just wait on our mood breaks. I mean, a big part of that is we've lost colonists to disease. So every one of them has a mood penalty from colonists dying, and a lot of them it was friends, so that's a whole thing. Alright, we've got our stone cut, so once Captain's not busy, you know, sleeping and all that, Captain should get back to building stuff. Consoling? I've been trying to convert them because the one who needs the consoling the most is also the only one who's not our ideology. Because these two have not honestly been breaking that much. It's been these two that have been the ones breaking, and the person who really needs consoling is Groot, who is the one who has the trait. It's also not very good because I have two social, because we had a much better social person who was our moral guide, but they died to malaria. It's been just a rough go of it. Let's see, what are the sources for the shards apart from raids that drop them? You need more to disable something. So it is going to be anomaly events that are your sources for shards. So it is going to be basically going to this thing and doing void provocation to get something to show up to fight, or waiting for like the zombie things, or waiting for Revenant or whatever. So it is anomaly enemies that will give them to you, or cultists. Cultists can also give them to you. That's basically the source. So it is one of those things to go out of your way to, you know, keep them on hand. Yeah, so for those who don't know, this void provocation ritual, that basically says, hey, throw something at me from anomaly. So that is going to throw a threat at you, to be clear. You're going to get something hostile is going to show up on your doorstep. But if you need more bioferrite and you don't have the generators, or not the generators, the extractors, or you need the shards, then that's how you get them. So it is one of those things that it's probably a good idea to keep a shard or two in reserves, just in case you need one. No. I have enough other construction I want to do. So we're just waiting for this to go until our next actual, like, hostile event that isn't a disease shows up. So that hopefully, because if I get bioferrite, and I get enough of it, I could summon an enemy person right here, knock them unconscious, like, by doing so we can abduct them, or kill them, or whatever we feel like doing with it. But that gives an opportunity to potentially recruit someone. If not that, if we get a regular raid, we might get lucky and knock someone down. We're in that situation where we don't get to be picky anymore about our people popping in here. We just need to take what we can get. But you like the DLC, if they patch it or mods make it where normal raids are better mixed, so it doesn't feel like dominant, it'd be perfect though. Yeah, no, it definitely does feel like when you're doing Anomaly, the number of regular raids you get is much reduced. And I think it's the reason it feels so reduced is for like the hostile events showing up. There's really not that many in RimWorld. You got like the mech raid, infestation, regular raids of like a couple varieties. and just the way the dice roll works. Versus then with the anomaly, it's got, I mean, how many things are in the codex? So you start with like 10 possibilities or 8 possibilities. No, it's 12 is like right at the beginning. So you start with like 12 possibilities for like the first set. And then there's like the second set. It just ends up being so many anomaly events by comparison to so many varieties of rating events that it does get rolled way more. They could also weight it, is another possibility, so that there's just a higher percent chance that the regular events happen. So like a regular raid has a twice as much chance of happening compared to its equivalents in the anomaly. Like, I don't know exactly how the dice rolling works, but it is a thing. The more different events that can happen, the more we have to go with that. Alright. We have a mad boar. Follow me, piggy. Hit it. Hit it. Please. Thank you. Hit it more. Please hit the pig. Thank you. Alright, so the pig seems properly slowed now. Alright. Just double checking something. Alright. Let's catch up with something that was happening in the mod chat. Is earlier, but I missed some details. Yeah. Okay. We had someone pretty disruptive earlier today that was one of those ones that, you know, when you have someone pop into your chat and like immediately they go to like toxic, it's easy just to kick them out and be like, yeah, whatever. But then we had one more mixed and sometimes not as obvious. All right, so we got that. Oh yeah, no, actually, and that absolutely happened. Cookie was all like, cheesecake, and then was like, there's none for anyone else. Oh, you're just gonna watch? I mean, okay. It really is a shame that I just don't have containment set up. I need to do that. Was it already dead? Oh, okay, that's fine. It'd be really nice if I could get the stuff there. It's also be really nice if they would be kind enough to actually drop some other good stuff. I'm gonna also tell you to go ahead and increase the meals cooked because of how often you're getting injured now and not cooking, because my doctor is my cook. And they're also melee, which is never a great thing, is to have your doctor and your melee be the same person. Hey, you know what? Let's shrink this real fast. Because what we're gonna do over here, how much uranium do I have? Probably enough. we're gonna try to make a low budget containment space. I don't think it's gonna work, but it'll be the start of our containment situation. Because what it'll ultimately do... I'm kind of hating that the door's not going to be even, but that's fine. Actually, you know what? This is how we're going to do this. That way it's uranium walls and door the whole way around to make it so it has the highest durability possible. To give us the best chances of actually containing it. Alright, we've got the traumatized Giggles has dropped down. They're a gourmand who is good at medical and really has no other redeeming qualities. You're perfect. Welcome to the colony. You said medical? That's good enough for me right now. Gonna be real. You're gonna be hauling stuff and you're gonna be doctoring stuff. If you join, I'm not gonna force it because honestly, you're really not that good of a character. And Gourmand is pretty awful. Yeah, it's like Doctor, it's like, you know what? I'm willing to give you a chance. You went away for a little bit. The colony looks smaller. Malaria and plague is the answer. Anything exciting like fighting? No. Disease. Just straight up disease. Targeted my doctors. And then the one doctor we did get before, when we recruited them, they had wake up withdrawal. We've got all these spaceship fragments everywhere. We're just like, nah, it's fine. Yeah, no, we've had 2 plague, malaria, and just a bunch of stuff. It's like this run's been like weirdly active. I haven't gone but a couple days with some negative event occurring. And we haven't had a construction person this whole time. Just Captain Brody's doing their best to fill in. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, stop sweeping. I need you to actually do that. We got plenty of other people who can sweep. I need you to actually get some building done. Containment strength 0. Perfect. Meanwhile, we're definitely gonna have people dye their own clothes, so at least they can look pretty. So I've been doing good on the hauling and all that. It's the construction and the mining has been the big Achilles heel for a lot of it, and then the doctoring. Those are weak spots, which we recognized at the very beginning that the construction was a problem. The doctoring, though, has kind of caught up to us kind of issue. But that's honestly most runs you get, unless you go out of your way to target to try and grab yourself a doctor who's like 8 or 10 or something like that. Usually the early game doctoring is one of your big pain points. I'm gonna have them put the uranium in place because that should cause them to prioritize that over other stuff. Okay. Because usually they'll target stuff that already has materials there. Please stop watching that. Please stop watching that. I've got a decent amount of uranium, but not limitless. Keep building the containment. All the torches are running out of fuel one by one. All right, got one last one here. Cool. So we do have a containment strength of 80. That's at least something. So we could help with our research there. Exotic goods trader. Well, there's our medicine, most likely. Alright. So we've got plants, we've got recreation. We can get a telescope for recreation help. I will take your glitter world if I can make that happen. I probably can't. There, we'll put the telescope, just tuck it in the corner. So the good news is we do have a containment room. So, yeah, so if you build a room out of uranium, even if you're using the holding spot that requires no electricity, honestly, 94 is not abysmal. It's definitely not good. But it's not unmanageable. That'll handle a lot of the lower level stuff. It's stuff like a Revenant and that you're starting to get dicey because, you know, if you're going to do anything with it, like get bioferrite or electricity or anything like that out of it. Using Glitter World medicine is such a pain. Glitter gets all over the place. Never washes out. Yeah, I wish I had that Glitter World a little bit ago. That would have been pretty handy. Alright, we will need to add lights to the room. Put the telescope there, that way they get better recreation. That'll be a better priority. Well, at least we're looking heckin' fancy. Copper are totally not cultist shenanigans. Thanks again for the chill morning entertainment. No problem. May your RimWorld today go significantly smoother than mine has. Or may you find a very enjoyable chaos if the whole thing needs to burn down. Because sometimes that's worth it in itself, when you get to do something that's so extreme and ridiculous, like, don't even care that I lost. That was amazing. We'll see if we can bring this back. RimWorld can be pretty good about handing you events that let you get people real fast when you're in a bad way. So there's a good chance. Now granted, with our colony wealth what it is, I'm a little worried that, like, we'll have another event that'll just wipe us out kind of deal. But we'll see. We'll see where it ends up. queue up to chop down trees in case someone gets the availability. At least just have 2 kind colonists, the socially fighting. Do we still have the 2 kind colonists? Yeah, I really like kind. It's sad that like even with 3 kind colonists, we just got unlucky with an insulting spree, which is just such nonsense. Because being kind would massively reduce the likelihood someone will go and insult someone else, which is honestly one of its best features. Yeah, you still haven't decided if you're staying or leaving. You're just dragging this out, letting me guess what your future here is, Giggles. Which of course every colonist we've got has been melee focused. Oh, you're leaving. That's fine. Get out of here. Sometimes they'll send you stuff, be like, "You helped me, thank you." Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And little by little, the base is coming together. We just need recruits to happen. That's actually what things you run into is, like, for example, if you start with naked brutality, you run the whole thing where it takes forever to get your first colonist slot. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That you're just kind of like in a holding pattern of like doing the handful of things you need to survive until that happens. That's I do think one of the downsides of Anomaly is you're not going to want to start with Anomaly at all when you're doing Naked Brutality if you can help it, just because there are literally some of the events that one pawn will simply get killed by. Like if you triggered a Revenant, that by the time you notice the Revenant event is what's happened, if you have one colonist, you've just lost, because you're not going to do enough damage to get it off you, because you get stunned instantly and can't do anything, and then you'll get hypnotized, and then you're basically watch your colonist starve. Now, for all I know, there might be code in the underlying thing that says Revenant cannot happen if you have less than number of colonists. I don't know. We haven't tested thoroughly. It would also surprise me if they put in code like that. So it is one of those things that makes me curious, like, you know, very much it feels like doing Naked Brutality with Anomaly would be, how fast can I get any extra colonists? Doesn't matter how bad they are. I just need bodies where if certain things happen, I can deal with it. Alright. Psychophagy. We could do the Chrono one. Because with the Chrono one, we can go and steal people's youth if necessary. It's honestly impressive that's still at 109 for containment strength, despite having no light in there at all. Alright. We are slowly getting electricity to happen, though. If we get electricity to happen, then I get rid of this crappy holding spot and we get the better one. And then added bonus is if we get to that point, then I get the option to research the where are you? The bioferrite, where is it? Bioferrite harvesting. And that'd be one of the big things I'd want early on, is if we can get bioferrite harvesting, I start getting all sorts of options. We can do a lot more rituals. the have stuff like the flares and all that. Transport pod crash. A gnome biologist named Gizmo was a gourmand who is a pessimist, jealous, and could you make a worse pawn for just being miserable to deal with? At least you turned around and gave them social and intellectual and all that. Man, we'll capture you. I'm not happy about it because you're terrible. But right now, I'm running with no construction person, no researcher, no any of these things. And we're just gonna deal. What is your ideology? Is it something I can tolerate? No. All right, so we are gonna have to convert them before we can realistically bring them into the colony. But it would give us a researcher who is also capable of social. So there is that. Royal Tribute Collector. Alright, so I do think tomorrow when we play again, I do think I will try to continue the run. I don't have a particularly high amount of faith in this. We do have a lot of colony wealth for 4 colonists who are at tribal phase and all that. And then that having no doctors that are worth anything and no researcher and all that. So we're like in a really bad spot for making meaningful progress. Granted, if we can manage to recruit Gizmo, that does actually help solve our research problem. Now, granted, a jealous and pessimist gourmand is going to be a complete pain in the butt to deal with. But, that said, not insurmountable. And all that. So with that said, though, we are getting to be about that time at the end of stream where we start wrapping up. But don't go anywhere if you're over here on Twitch, because we are going to go find someone to raid. If you're watching on YouTube and TikTok, raiding isn't a thing over there, so the stream will be coming to an end over there. But for all those platforms, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following, don't forget to follow, like, subscribe, whatever's appropriate on your various platforms. But YouTube and TikTok, the stream will be ending. I will be back at 7 p.m. EST tomorrow. I might just jump right back into RimWorld. I might grab one of the other games that I got a key for. I haven't decided yet. Either way, RimWorld will certainly be happening tomorrow. But in the meantime, what I'm going to head and do is I'm going to snooze the ad so it doesn't happen and put us on the ending stream screen and finding someone for us to raid over here. So goodbye, YouTube. Goodbye, TikTok. And let's see who we have to raid. I already know